All right. All right. I think we're going to the next zone. I do believe they're going to the next zone. Hello, howdy. Hello, hello. Howdy, howdy, hello. In before crowd noise. Oh, yep, there it is. Lovely. Oh, man. It's so loud. The crowd noise is bonkers. Yeah. Just ridiculous. I got my notes ready to go here. This quest is the best of the best, right? I can't click. There we go. Best of the best. All right. All right. Best of the best. Maxima would have you meet your new traveling companions. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too. Okay. With the knowledge that our allies will hold the line in our absence, so that none of these changed. So that's Gaius Balsar. Yes, yes, yes. Look, Gaius. Like Gaius, I took the accusing. Yep, yep, okay. And I'd like to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you while engaging with a lunar primarily great worm swooped down. Yep. Okay, then. All right, Maxima. Who are we meeting? Get me out of this, this wild crowd noise. The members of the Isilbard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. While there are many members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Isilbard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Please do. Please. Apply lip balm. Do too much talking.
By the 12.
Holy crap. That's a lot of people.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
Hi, Uncle Thancred, Uncle Uriange, Mama Matoya.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
It's probably a collaboration of literally everyone from the entire game up until now.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Isilbard contingent.
Yep, there's Lise as well. Are those the Conjurer triplets? No way. That's great. I probably should know the other characters on the left, but I, again, haven't done Lancer or Archer Bard. Oh, that's the Scion. That's the Scion Lalafell, though. I assume this is one of the forest spirit people siblings. This looks like the boy because the hair is in his eyes. Oh, and there's the younger brother. There's the pirate guy. Very cool. It's kind of weird that the background characters are not animated in this scene, but I am holding on it for longer than I probably should. If you notice that everyone in the back is frozen.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades.
Heck yeah.
Yourselves included.
Hi, Lucia. Absolute badass.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company.
Please do.
Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Yep, there they are. Oh my god.
Might I ask you to speak first?
It's the little brother.
If I must,
Yep.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
Mm-hmm.
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
I don't know how he sees anything.
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Very cool.
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Yeah, that's basically my quest giver. After a very long period of time. That's cool. I wonder, I assume there's enough representation here from every different major job that this is curated depending on what job you are doing this as. That is very cool. It just happens that Elron is just first and I'm a white mage. So I am now a bun though.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Oh god, yeah.
Wait, I know you. The name's Sicard.
Yep.
In case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
Fair.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
Sicard was part of the Crystal Tower stuff way back in ARR, if I'm ever recalling that correctly.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
And this is the Scholar Trainer. I don't remember this guy, though. I don't know if he was the Marauder Trainer. I can't remember.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Oh my gosh, he's so rowdy.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we.
Hi, Lise.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Yeah, these are the Conjurer triplets or something. There's more of them. They're the Black Mage. This is Captain of the Guard. This is Raubon's quote-unquote son, who for some reason now I can't think of his damn name. I don't know who this is, though, but I haven't made a monk.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
Yeah. Many Lalafels handle it.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction.
What the hell? Urianger hides behind cards.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
That's pretty great.
And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
Dude, every time I see my character in different angles, that Mog is so nice. That glam, rather. Damn it.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
That's fair.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Yeah.
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Oh no.
Lord Emanolane!
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes. Emanolane de Forton, at your service.
I wonder if he's going to get a little bit better character development. He's a bit of a snot-nosed noble brat.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
Yeah.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Yep. I feel like he has a different voice now. But I also haven't heard him talk since basically Heaven's Ward. So, may your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom. I mean, yeah, give him a bit of a ribbon, but that's fair. That's all. Wait, what?
I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring do.
Oh no, Lodvar, 7,000 person queue. I got in queue at like 11:15 a.m. and I only got in at maybe 1:20, 1:15. Took about 2 hours. I did also encounter 7 2002 errors, and I was quite scared I was going to lose my place and not be able to be here on time today, like yesterday. But I don't know. They may have tweaked the log out queue timer thing, and I kept my place, so that was all right. I already logged in and did a couple of roulettes and hung out, had lunch, so good to go.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
Okay.
Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Oh yeah, where's Hien and Yugiri? Or someone. Probably Yugiri would be here.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Yeah.
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations.
Oh.
According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Oh no. They're gonna do it, aren't they?
Out of my way, you preening fool!
That's almost perfect. Oh no. Yep. The Alra from the Azim Steppe. Yep.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Oh, and Big Catboy from Bosja. But Cyrena is nice to see. She's great.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
I can't believe they brought Sun and Moon. They're gonna fall in love though. That's gonna be part. They better. That they are made for each other. That is the story there. Yeah, there she is.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Yep, that's,
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Well,
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
yeah, introduce the Sun.
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the Vieira and the Hrothgar from the whole Dalmasca Bosjan corner, yeah. That's great. I am also Bun.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Yeah.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
They are AKA Chads.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamiga. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire.
I mean, Bosja is still under it, technically.
I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
Well, they probably didn't want to go to war.
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth.
So we're not gonna get anything from the son of the sun? He's the guy behind me, the big yellow axe.
They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
There's a little bit of Avengers Assemble moment going on right now. A little bit, yeah.
Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid,
True.
a nation he once conquered.
You just talked to him last chunk.
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range.
Okay.
Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi.
And they know we're coming already anyway.
As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
True, Dalthair. Maybe the Son of the Sun doesn't really want to talk in the presence of Y'shtola. It's how badly he was owned in Stormblood, yeah. Oh my good lord. Yeah, Pippin's his first name. There's so many people to talk to. Oh, holy crap. Okay, let's go talk to Magni. With the Maul, champions of the Nodum, and the Dothal having sent so many here, I have thought to defend... Oh, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so if it were not for my steppe brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them onto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dotharl Dotharl dog. Dotharl? Dotharl? I forgot how to pronounce their name. That was a while ago. But it's the Moon Tribe. The first among my brothers, I could no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Maybe. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Cyrina's request, and if she thinks it is a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on the hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could dream to be. Uh-oh. Cyrina Sadu story? Glad to see you well. Grandmother was worried about you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and they danced. And as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Well, that sounds very Heidelin Zodiark. Yet we know not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Aww. Oh, the Dathar Lee? Is it okay, that's fair. A raw stick? Not meant to express my deepest gratitude for your role in liberating Bozja. I made 7 weapons, my dude. I was there. Me and my countrymen owe you more than you could ever hope to repay. We could ever hope to repay. Now that our dream has finally been realized. Baljaljan. That's the other cat guy. Has seen fit to send a few of us to join this expeditionary force. I hope our skills will be of use. Let's leave the main scions for later. Let's go around the outside here. Hey, Aaron. In case you were wondering, Eshiva will be staying behind to defend the Twelveswood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make useful addition to our contingent. That's cool that they mentioned her. That's the crazy white mage prodigy child that like communes with nature and is omega strong but can't control herself. I believe. That's the one I'm thinking of. Big part of the extra white mage story. Well, the conjurer story, I guess. And was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately decided that her skills would be better put to us to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obliged to share with her every detail when I return. Aw, and here's Zulka. This is the scholar trainer. Greetings, Bay. The time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know of our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hells or high water. Yeah, that's the whole scholar line there. Hello, Sicard. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Yeah, I don't know who Bronbarn is. It's got to be the Marauder guy. Yeah. As he says in his first line. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, we could pay the Axe Master a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kujatan and avenged that boy's parents. Oh, that was that big bull thing, I think. I remember like it was yesterday. Hi, Pippin. Often as Father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Isambard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. And that's Raubon's sword on his back. Well, one of them. Since Raubon lost an arm, he gave his other one to his son. Kokobuki! Yeah, I don't know. I barely have started leveling a conjurer. Well, I guess a thaumaturge, sorry. Which turns into black mage. So this is part of that whole initial stuff is with these Lalafels. The Telaforo, you say. Let us see how they like it when we visit our destructive magics upon them. Right to the point, I see. Remembers a bull, doesn't remember Alphino's school achievements. Look, Alphino's school achievements was all dialogue. The bull was combat, all right? There is a
fucking lot
of dialogue in this game. I wonder if you added up all of the read and spoken dialogue only in the MSQ, how many pages of a gigantic novel that adds up to be. You go read every single Harry Potter book right now and let me quiz you on random inane facts. Or the entire Lord of the Rings 6 books or whatever with the external appendices and all the other garbage. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim Steppe with Cyrano and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. Okay, Bilbo Baggins. I just brought up Lord of the Rings for just... Come on. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will mostly be the latter. I'd like to believe we'll look back on the days more fondly in the years to come, but for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, hey? I'm probably not going to. We've got story main character plot armor, so we can keep playing the game, but some people in this room are not making it out. I'm gonna guess at least 3. I cast my lot with the Popularis to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element. Dissenters looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents, quote unquote. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Maxima's a good boy. Well, well, if I know what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I would have dressed for the occasion. Oh my god. So this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would it be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Cyrano and Sadu of the steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of the fellow with the enormous axe. Emiliane is... This kid. He's the horny zoomer. It's the Sky Pirate man. What is up, my dude? I cannot pronounce your name. It's like Stefanovian. I don't know. His name is just Steven. Well met, Bay. Well met. 'Twould seem that my machinists have been called upon to serve. A turn of events which, according to my prospectometer, or prospectometer, I guess, could prove to not to be quite the opportunity. I shall show the world. I guess I know they're called the Sky Pirates. That's a different guy. These guys are called, they're the Ironworks folks, but they have that booth in Ishgard. What are they called again? Can't remember. I shall show the world the full extent of machinistry's worth. Of that and more you can be assured of, my friend. He's got his big pack on his side here. There are 984 pages for ARR Heavensward Stormblood MSQ dialogue. What the heck? Well, yeah, he's the machinist guy from Ishgard, but the Ironworks folks have that, like, they're called, like, the Sky something that they work with, if I'm not mistaken. Do I have a currency of theirs? I don't think I do. Yeah, they have a different... Because when you go out there with crafter stuff, you talk to the Ironworks folks, and then you go talk to that one stand off on the side by the airstrip landing. I thought they're all... it's all part of, like, the same group. Yeah, he's the guy that's normally standing in that one room off to the side with that big, loud machine behind him. The Sky Steel Manufactory. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of the class trainers. And then, you know... MN is here, too. Lucia? I did think at first that he was the actual Sky Pirate guy from the Raid series, but yeah, not him. It would be cool to see him, though, but... I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed of their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. Alright, Estinian.
So, Lucia's in command. Regardless of her background, she's the Temple Knight through and through. I dare say her Garlean roots are all the more reason for her to lead this mission.
Thank you, Dragon Batman. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer, with comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I'm certain of it. Alphino. We've been part of the joint military operations like this before, with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. I was half expecting to find a man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. True. He ain't no be here. The guy in the inn that you find that does the red mage stuff, the freaking musketeer looking dude. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my sword play has improved since we last met. Here we go. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who in time shall we come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. Oh, that was it? Oh, God. I was expecting like 4 freaking blocks of text for Urianger to say one very simple thing. But okay, I was spared. I have close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they are an absolute joy to work with. All right, we did it. That's everybody. All right, Y'shtola. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Isilbard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. And they're all beast tribes. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Sure. Did you just hand me like 100 warding scales? Here you go. Here's all the warding scales in one handful. Oh, she gave me 6. These enchanted talismans, or should they be talismen? Who writes these? Would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the great work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. Or we're giving them to like the core leaders of different groups. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. You are, you know, robed up. There you are, Sirena. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, before I forget, I have a message from Hien. Let's go! In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. Sounds like Hien just wrote me a poem. Yep. Yep. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, much like Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri, I lost my tongue on that one, labor without rest to unite the people with their aid. We will keep them at bay. That's me. And we have the Steppe and Eastern Alliance to repay their efforts by ending this war. Yugiri. You gotta smush it all together. Yes? These are the famed warding scales, enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow the footsteps of Master Autawa. That was a cool quest line. And learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, this is the primary lesson I volunteered. No, the primary reason I volunteered to join this expedition. To journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is the rare privilege afforded to Pajal. That's the weird forest spirit things that they are. They're like, I don't know. I was gonna say nymphs, but they're not like nymphs. They're like satyrs, kind of, but they're not goat-like. I don't know. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. I mean, hello? I hear you got something for us. Yes, Sicard, I do. Alright, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. That sound, And one more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send Einzar instead? Was that like the tall, spindly elf guy? Well, they're all tall, but the other elf? Margaret, if I know, all the Admiral and Captain Hilfier told me was that they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sodding snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever it needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes, on airships. Uh-huh. A set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. There we are. Oh, look at these. Even the layman... Oh, even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, this will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all the 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Holy shit! Okay. Woo! Oh, hold on. Ah, damn it. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Yep. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing, and now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. That is doubtlessly why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. I suspect a few of our comrades will be rather pleased to speak with you again, which is why I thought you'd be the ideal candidate. In the meantime, I have a bone to pick with Thancred and Urianger regarding their wagging tongues. Oh no, do they have more dialogue? No, they don't. Okay. Whew. No, the whole Avatar of Destruction thing, that was pretty great. All right, Maxima. You have the warding scales for me too. Yes, sir. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Isilbard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing special-made warming tinctures courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. I don't know if... has Maxima seen the epic turtleneck I'm currently wearing? Oh god, crowd noise. Oh, and no frames per second. Look at this turtleneck. I just need some chains on, and I can play the Lonely Island song, Turtleneck and Chains. Turtleneck and Chains. Ooh, that was a lot. Okay, Graha. Since my revival, I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. I think we have time for a quick trip back to Old Charlie, and I recall a rather fetching coat. Yeah, let's go. We don't have like 100-something people waiting on us and a fleet of airships. Let's go back to Charlie and buy you a coat. No, I'm being serious. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Preparations. I've got my armor and my lance. What more could I need?
Estinian is like super homeless. If you're anything... Oh. If you have anything you still need to take care of, you better go see to it now. I have to go buy Graha a coat. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. I wonder if we'll get some new costumes when we get to Garlemald, especially Urianger. This boy is a little drafty. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in the Uldan markets, though they are of dubious providence and efficacy. 'Tis said, however, that in recent days the Alchemist Guild hath produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of their Threvalian counterparts did spur them to action, that they not be so put to shame. I almost have to like read the cadence of Urianger like a robot. I never know what next crazy word combination I'm about to sift through. It's something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. My present garb may be lacking, fur collar notwithstanding. She does have an ever-present boob window that may let in quite the draft and an open back, so I'm expecting some potential costume changes. Be kind of cool. All right, outfit bro. Ah, freedom from crowd noise. All right, so how many Final Friend fantasy circles have we been standing in so far in Endwalker? Is this like the 6th or 7th? It may be. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. We needn't worry about Oriange and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Also, dragon blood. Just a thought. Most others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, providing you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats if only I had time to find something to my liking. In before Tataru. Don't tell me I was right on that one. Once the music stopped. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor I hear? Someone better go pick up that phone. Because I fucking called it! Hold on, I gotta write that note. Oh, man. But how? Mwahaha, I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. Tataru is a primal. You thought you could sneak off to Isabar without telling me? Ah, no, nothing escapes my notice. Even Tataru's got a new outfit. Look at her. Same big frumpy hat though. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. I love that Tataru's music is like what you would find in just like a Japanese, you know, like a visual novel. It's like something from like Doki Doki or something. From Doki Doki before Doki Doki does what Doki Doki does. If you know, you know. No, Tataru is definitely not an Asian. She's a primal. You never cease to amaze. Now, how is she carrying all of these clothes? She's just a tiny Lalafell, and she has nothing with her. But why do you need new outfit? Wait, why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all the name of fashion. Sorry. Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. One moment.
What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather than pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share.
Whoops. I need to click the other button.
Bergamus and Blamuida have recently returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan?
Oh, why not? You can keep Kral company in the Baldesian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And when I heard Ergmus and Blamuida, good lord, did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've got nothing to worry about.
My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again because of a certain someone who shall remain nameless that is in the position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day.
Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Totaro deserves better than Bay's natural voice. Helium Bloom Primal. I take offense to this. Rubber Duck Primal. Oh, God. Hey. Hang on.
Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly.
Sick. North Sea coat. Try on. Yo, let's go. What the heck? Is this allowed? That is a warm looking bun right there. That's so good. That's so good. Put it on? Okay. I don't know. Well, if I glam this, but then I re-glam my actual plate, I'll get my other calf leather jacket back on. So I know I get a little tongue-tied sort of reading some names and some text now and then because there's a lot of reading in this game and it does change cadence and timbre a bit depending on the actual character you're reading. But I am actually really proud of myself that I just totally slammed that whole Totaro line and read the parenthetical kind of like an inner monologue. That was that was great. Oh, that was great. That is clip worthy. That shit right there is clip worthy. Oh man. Ooh, that was fun. That was fun. All right, let's wrap up this quest. Whew. No one else is here, right? No one else is here. All right, so if I glam this, because I have my glamour plate already saved, and I make it the North Sea coat. Sick. Wait, it still has my... Oh, it has like a built-in turtleneck. Because it looked like I had my turtleneck on. Turtleneck and chains. Turtleneck and chains. Still got my epic boots going on, though. Okay. Good grief. All right. Oh, that did end that quest. Okay, never mind. Hold on a moment. Okay. What's next? A frosty reception. All right, a frosty reception. Totaro is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey.
I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? I molded her clothing on what Alphino and I wore when we journeyed from Lord Harshafon's falling snows to Ishgard for the first time. In those days, I barely knew one end of a sewing needle from the other, and that you've always had very individual tastes. I'll let you pick your own outfit. I'd like to think my skills have improved since then, but do you know what's more important than skill? Heart and soul! That's plenty to be found in each and every one of my works.
In the top 5 best characters in all Final Fantasy XIV, you can't change my mind, don't at me. Oh my god. Alright, Ironworks pilot. Shall we go then? It's an honor to finally meet you. We and the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector, Cid. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I get this prompt now. I just went through like 40 minutes of cutscene and additional post-cutscene dialogue with no warning. So how long is this one going to be? Well, what's Bob pinging me for in Discord? Get out of here. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Spoilers? Please note that if you enter battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Well, holy crap. Here we go then. Let's do it. Let's get re-ergoed. Okay. My chair's being... Come on. Come on.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
The what?
The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Oh, yep, they have the new coats and stuff. Wait, did... He totally did.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They have sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Proceed.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
What?
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
What the hell?
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Okay. Well, Lise just has a very Alamegan uniform on with that, like the red scarf. Looks nice though. The dress was a little strange. Looked good in the cinematic. But they made her like have 4x larger boobs for some reason, but oh, that's the Bosjan armor. Thancred looks like a thick boy right now.
The proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Yeah.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
And many nods were had that day. Oh, freaking crowd noise. Oh, I'm Thancred. Yep, so he has his 1, 2, 3 Nebula Swift Deception. Make your mask presence, making it impossible for most enemies to detect you and increases movement speed. This is his in combat like stealth thing. Silent Takedown. Oh, we play in Metal Gear Solid now. Bewilderment Bomb. This is some Metal Gear Solid stuff. This is kind of cool. Okay. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, you may commence the mission as soon as you are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time.
Oh!
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
They go that way, I go this way. Look at the little, the little Thancred face pop up. This is quite cool.
Damn, spotted.
Oh, it still spots you even if you... Okay, that's weird. Oh, this only works on guard dogs. I thought it was guards when I was reading quickly. That guy aggroed from really far away as well. So this works on these guys in the middle here then, I guess? No.
7 hells.
Okay, so it literally is only on one thing. Everything else has to be avoided. I see. Must kill. So it's avoid the robots and silent takedown all these walking around guys. But it breaks your stealth, so you have to sort of wait the cooldown out. Okay. Right. When I was reading through real quickly, when I said, you know, blah blah blah, it says on the sense of guards. I didn't process it. It says guard dogs. Oh shit. That must be like in this next area or something where there are dogs. Yeah, right there, that guy. Yeah, so you can't knock out the robots, though. Very cool.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
I love the little, like,
Very good.
like Final Fantasy
All is
pop-ups.
proceeding as planned.
That's so great.
Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
If they did that for every one of, like, the little talking boxes that are happening during other parts of the game, oh. That was such a nice little touch. This is a bit like an XCOM feeling mission too. I mean, it's very Metal Gear, but just the big square like arena has a definitely an XCOM vibe to it as well. There are 2 dogs. That slasher one's way out here. Ugh. Oh, there. I see. They're running in a multiple pattern there.
Must be losing my touch.
You gotta throw that when there's no robot nearby, I guess. That doesn't do anything. Them robots do be in the way. Nice. Oh, I guess I just leave now. Okay. I don't know if that was over there. It's over here, I guess. Yeah, where the cat boy. I didn't see the cat boy at first, or the cat man, the lion man. Cat boys are Mikote usually, and Hrothgar are quite a bit of a different beast.
You are returned. And none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
That was cool.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of the Isilward contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Nani?
Wait! Something's coming!
Oh, just Garlean doggos.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Oh, let's go, battle music. Time to spam new glare.
Fighters, protect the others.
Dude, I'm loving the little head, the little the bust head of the characters when they're talking. Oh wow!
Frostbite, but stay alert.
I can't help Alphino in them, I guess.
Keep the carriages safe.
Do they count as being in AoE range? Nope. Oh, can I move up now? Okay.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Dude, new glare looks so nice. I really wonder what White Mage damage is going to be looking like with the new changes, plus the Presence of Mind
Fine
change.
display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Yes. Hey, Raha.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Oh! Oh, roll the roller! That was cool. It was freaking like hip check and stop it. That was great. He does kind of suck, Bob, yes. That's why I hope his character grows a bit during all this, which is why his brother sent him out here.
You lot all right back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more.
I love this. So good.
Hear that?
Also, in combat talking, this is how they need to fix Castrum and Praetorium. And if they do any dungeons like this with talking heads during battle, that is great. I just like run up the... Oh. Hit the load point for the next part. Okay. Meanwhile, on the front line. Get him, Lise. Hit him with a ha and a hi-ya. No one uses that spell, Oriange. Y'shtola.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
Oh my god. That's great. Estinians just killing people?
Is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
He's not wrong.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Oh, that was a cool cut. That was great. So Lise is like totally unarmed now. Oh. There's the Legatus. Mini boss fight incoming.
That's
Dude.
Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
That was a gunblade lance polearm thing. That's so good.
There's no end to them.
A gun lance? A pole blade?
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
It's glare time, baby.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Let's get him, Pippin. This is cool. Hi, Mutton. Thank you.
We have them now. Forward.
Ugh.
Right! Let them have it!
I feel like I'm in Bosjo or Zadno right now. Oh, it sucks that Pippin doesn't have any dialogue. Like, he has dialogue, but he doesn't have in-combat dialogue.
As a raging bull!
Oh, never mind. Oh, holy shit. He's doing his dad limit break thing. Kinda. That was cool, Zach. I think Raoul Bonds has fire, not just rock, though.
That car. Vigilia.
Yep, hello. Can she be stunned?
Do not fall behind.
She cannot be. Giga Tempest, okay. She has some HP on them bones. Ooh. That's a new pattern. Oh, that's a Bosjan attack. Never mind. Like Bosja Zadnor. That like wave cut slice animation. Ah!
Is everyone all right?
Many more dudes handle it. This is basically like a critical engagement.
Kneel or die!
That was the son of the sun. Ooh. Oh. Where's... Oh, there's Sadu. What in the hell? Oh, she's... Yep. Oh, are they comboing their attacks together? Dude, that's so cool. They're totally gonna have weird, angry Alra babies. Yeah, uh-huh. They're gonna have weird, angry Azim Step Alra babies that are technically actually reincarnation of other past warriors. Because technically Sadu is a reincarnation of some crazy murderous dude from a previous generation, but now she is in a female body.
A worthy adversary.
Yeah.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again to the death.
Everything's to the death with her.
Sadu Hatun.
Ah!
That was the last of them.
Ah!
The day is
Ah,
ours,
that was
thanks to
great.
your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
That was great. But yeah, it looks like it's gonna be sun and plain or a moon and plains.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades.
I mean, it would totally make sense if Sadu got with,
at the capital.
if it was like a Sadu plus woman love. Not that like the gender matters, but considering that Sadu was a man in the previous life, according to their weird laws of reincarnation. But a son of sun.
Cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. 800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here.
That was cool. That was really cool.
Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
That's a Garlean aetherite.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
Wait, is Emmett talking about himself?
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Very spiky tower energy.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
It's a very foreboding horizon line. That is for sure. Yep, Camp Broken Glass. Sorry, Broken Glass. It is so bleak. My goodness. Hello, twins. Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther, and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss the course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Garaha to join us in the building to the northeast of camp? Alizé and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. Do you mean anima? Indeed. 'Tis the monstrous tower in the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swarming mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Y'shtola's coat looks really good. I like it. I like it a lot. Graha's coat's pretty great too. Yeah, but he's got big collarbone energy right now, showing off that neck. You'll be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's definitely got a bit of a Chernobyl vibe to it. Like you can go back to Chernobyl now, and everything is where people left it when they evacuated the that whole area. Although it's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. It's got that like locked in time, I guess, motif that they were going for. Hello? What's all this then? Vergilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald, they still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Terrible. Raban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the fringes, coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now, I have the chance to put his teachings into practice. Pippin! I can't click on you because there's a chocobo in the way. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. Seems fair. Hell's bells, this place is bloody freezing. Rather be tied to a topmast in the storeroom than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone can spare a swig of rum? That'll sort me right out. The Tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. They are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to them all eventually. This is all that remains of Laternum. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. Anyone else? No? Lucia? Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. And thus we shall.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino.
Alizé is such...
Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Okay. And this awesome coat. If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing, that's a little sassy. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh, wait. No, I don't. That's what Dalthier probably said. The ice fields one. Most likely. I like these slightly sassy. Let's do it.
This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you.
Good soup.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Very cool. Very cool indeed. Never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Oh, Here's Emanuele. There's this odd perception that Ishgardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity. And afterwards, well, I was rarely more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold. And it's my understanding that Isilbards have always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? Thegard and the other scouts are all equipped with link pearls that they may communicate with us in case of emergency. Of course, we would all prefer they not place themselves in danger to begin with, but such is the nature of their work. It was not the Garleans who named this place the Eblan Rhyme, but rather nomadic peoples in times gone by. When my ancestors were forced to migrate here, they refused to accept this land as their new homeland. As such, they made a conscious decision to retain the original name. Though the meaning of Eblan has been lost over the years, it has been theorized that it refers to the harsh conditions here. In much the same way that the Magna Glacius was named. One thing, however, is certain: both regions are equally hazardous, so I bid you take all due care. No one else is bopping around. Well, there's Sicard and Stefan. Try to give you a moment to finish up designs on the ceruleum heater. I shall have it ready before we know it. Truth be told, I've already warmed up after much heated debate with a Lominsian engineer. For a mercy, we managed to make an important discovery in the process. The machinists reckon all the interior heating was just left there, consuming ceruleum till there was none left. There were even pots set on stoves, all the food inside burned to soot. In that case, even if we had plenty of fuel, it's the Magitech itself that's buggered. We'll have to either look for spare parts or make them ourselves. Zolka, you're way out here on patrol duty, I guess? Border patrol? You are a tactician, after all. I made the mistake of asking Brunbar if he knew of any effective methods of staving off the cold. According to him, working up a sweat from smashing boulders repeatedly with an axe works wonders. But that is hardly the sort of advice I was hoping for. Wouldn't smashing boulders with an axe hurt the axe? Yeah, Brunbar is over here. Broenbar. Don't you worry, nothing gets past me. All right, big man. Kokobuki. They're all hanging out over here in their little Lalafell circle. Kokobaigo and Kokobani, how many times must I tell you to refrain from using magic around the Garleans? For now, we must trust the engineers will complete the heating apparatus in due time. Yeah, yep. Gemstone trader. Little Lalafell. Oh, here are the... Yeah, I wonder if Sirenasadu story is going to do this thing. Most of the members of it's Lente's Tiers and the Baljan Resistance have joined the other scouts in the field. And since Lys and Pippin's troops are already keeping an eye on the airships, we of this step shall guard the camp against intruders, though in truth, it is we who are intruding in these lands. Standing atop an enormous edifice to cast their eyes down upon their dominion, these Telophoroi and the Oranir have much in common. Yet even Magni and his ilk would not stoop to stealing their minds of their subjects and enemies. Yeah, making them slaves to, like, this is your brain on the box. When the time comes to storm the stronghold, I shall lead the charge and leave naught but ash in my wake. Are you still brooding, son of sun? Searching for survivors. If they are truly strong, they will not require our aid. While you are gone, we will guard the camp against any man or beast foolish enough to challenge us. My duty as sentinel will afford me little opportunity to seek my Nama. That's like chosen one, soulmate or something. Though perhaps one among our ranks, come bearing a hot meal or such, will prove worthy. Did you just have the one that brings me a sandwich? Basically? He's kind of a pig. That is his character. He's just an entitled, strong dude. Manuki? Who's this guy? We Domans owe our freedom to the Eorzean allies, and I was one of the many to volunteer for this endeavor. We'll be glad to lend our assistance wherever is needed. Oh, okay. A little bit of crowd noise. All right, then. Sufficiently checked for additional dialogue. Gods be good. If it's the cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her next time we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. So it's into Eblan Rhyme we go. But where do we even start looking in such a place? That is a good question. No. 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 Well. Just archiving the footage. Now, what is this one? Tracks in the snow. We're on chunk 17 of me recording this entire endeavor. It's a lot. Quite a lot. All right. Notes set. Footage moved. All right. Tracks in the snow. Amelie is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. Or however how his name is pronounced. I think it's Amenale. Because the L-L-A-I-N is a debate. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. You don't say. Sounds Sounds like a rather tall order. Ahem. Since you ask, we're to scour Eblenheim for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Toxic Alizé. Hello. Oh yeah, I didn't have to look for the first Aether Current, huh? Yeah. Okay. Can this corner of the map be discovered? Looks like it. It goes down to those ice fields. Gorek, I saw you talking smack to Ben before I was even live. Did you see the message that I then sent you in reply? Look at this freaking Christmassy Lalafell and Chocobo right there. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. I think it's Amenele. That's how his name's pronounced. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a Goyle. Nani? Baka. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree, it looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. Gorek, what the heck? Don't pull a bob. That's what we call pulling a bob around these parts, Gorek. It's pulling a bob. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. Come on, man. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where we're headed. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Sure. Poor Bob. Bob does it to himself. All right? No, poor Bob. Why are you still here? If you dally any longer, you'll miss your chance to play the hero. This boy serious right now? Footprints in the snow. Southeast. Northeast. Northeast? Up here. Trail of fresh footprints lead east. Yeah, I'm playing The Witcher right now. What in the actual holy hand grenade is the heck in that? Just a mob. Overgrown rose? Oh my god, that's terrifying. It's a Marlboro variant, but good freaking crap. What the hell? Jeez. Look awful. Where's Alizé and Alphino? My son really needs those Titania wings. I gotta buy them. These footprints appear to be the same as those we saw previously as they lead towards the building. According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Oh, wait. As Emenele said, it's highly unlikely she was running away from us, even so, it mustn't do anything to startle her. For all she knows, we're soldiers of an invading army, so we need to be careful not to give the wrong impression. It's fine. Oh. 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 Girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from the distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks as you approach without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. If you fail to complete the objective, return to the destined location. Okay. Oh, good lord. Vision cones. Ugh. Oh. Don't mind the chocobo. She doesn't see the chocobo. It's fine. Chocobo, the chocobo. They're native to this area. Who are you? Stay away. Okay. So you have to wait for a certain moment where she's interactable then. It's not just like a... Okay, fair enough. I mean, she stopped, turned around, I waited, and then... I figured them was where you would... that would be weird if the quest was that short. So, we have to wait until you get up to a certain rank, and then she stops, and then there'll be a different interaction icon, I guess. Just don't mind the giant purple chocobo. It's just gonna turn around again. Kind of a weird quest. This rock, I assume, or the tree? Don't mind the purple chocobo that is following you. Gross. They're all depending on me, she says. Oh, there's a village up here. Oh. Oh no, did he fail? Oh no. No. Oh, okay, yeah. And of course, floating bed. Whew, still in one piece. Hello. Who are you? Stay back. The house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Oh, good lord. Please, we just want to talk. Oh, Alfie's here. Oh, and Alize. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Bay. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. Ah. Propagandy. I see. Nani? We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here. In fact, the Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. Are you able to escape the Telophoroid's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. We'll start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Lycinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs could take me. Okay. Do you have any family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion of retired soldiers, or it was. But now he and me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe and didn't know if we were... The truth is our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Interesting. This is everyone. Lycinia says you can be trusted. These are desperate times. We'd be fooled to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? Hit it with a nod, then you're in. Have a fire burning in no time. Maybe build it under that gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes. Do as you will. The what? The hell's a bower? I know what a Bowser is. Of both the King and Doug varieties. Triple dot. That's not ominous at all. What the heck? All right. How the mighty are fallen. It's like radio music in the background. Lycinia's inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all the running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We are planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I do be a white mage. Before the Civil War, I was a student. The others were officials of some sort, I think. Even after all this time together, we hardly know the first thing about each other. What we do know is we're Garleans. When times are hard, we stick together no matter what. There's like radio music in this area. Triple dot. I can feel my fingers again. All's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. What we need most is a decent meal. We have food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emelier's tinctures. The ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Sure. Oh, you have to go... Sure. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Melody, it is highly doubtful that this concoction will have the intended effect. If only they were willing and, more importantly, unwitting volunteers whom to test it. But they were ones we all got from Maxima. Warming tincture. Never heard of the thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, what have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow, food production, water purification. The magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. But Machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of that stuff. For all good that does, all good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. My son, you're in the way. Thank you. What sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke, a joke. Ha 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 ha. Ah. If I laugh, 'tis that may I if I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, but alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. I got an Urianger wannabe in some facets here. We are blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead and lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Good lord, this guy's like a bard. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architecture of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Holy frick. So I'm assuming the tempering just doesn't affect everyone. Like it didn't... These people just didn't get affected by it. What do you want? A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. Oh, they have a radio right here, yeah. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Ammonus. Ammonus? Something like that. It is. That's just a location. Garlemald location. Locus blah, like cities and stuff. Not all that useful since the capital fell to ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon, an ode to the brave men and women women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take it back what was once ours. As a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. Well, who's gonna tell him? It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Who's gonna tell him? Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Slow camera push in on your face. Yeah, thunderstorm is the weather right now. What's that? This is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Yes? Are you part of the group staying in Lanturum? I saw Legatus Virgilia? I forgot how they pronounce her name. I forgot her troops headed towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. They're the ones you encountered. This is correct. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? This is a lot of questions. Airships. There might be a way to... Lycinia? Where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. A what? Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they could share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't go get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, you have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Well, I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have, or you'd best watch out for baby almasties while we're away. Yeah, maybe there's just someone inside, like an old woman or old man or something. But that's fine. You could play... I mean, you're just apprehensive because we're like an invading army. That's fine. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier just to look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Not sure what else the tappers might need besides provisions, though I dare say the capable fighters like yourself can offer them other forms of compensation, culling dangerous beasts, that sort of thing. So you're protecting someone inside the house, clearly. So be it. There's something we can... If there's something that can be said for Lord M, he's not one to leave others at the mercy of the cold, of course. Being a man of Corthus, I'm sure he is more aware than most of its dangers, but I sense that is not the only reason. Ever since the warm welcome we received at Camp Dragonhead, the hospitality he and his brothers have afforded us has been nothing short of exemplary. Perhaps they aspire to live up to the example set by Lord Edmond. What they need is a decent meal. Yep. Cannot jump down there. There's a freaking Yeti down there, though. Speak with the burly tapper. All right, then. Across the frozen lake we go. I'm assuming the scream that tempered everyone was probably anima, I imagine. So almasties are the yetis. Isilbardian Tursus. Weird ground bird things. Lizard bird. Whatever. The burly tapper. Who goes there? How did you find us? They're also not tempered, I guess. So the tempering, again, it didn't work on every Garlean. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Oh, okay. They are tempered. Or something. Or they're mad. Kind of gives the game away when the red mate starts fighting them. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shite. So they've Jesus. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another think coming. Get bonked. And bonked. And bonked. Please stop. Consider me intimidated. Bonk. Am I dead yet? What? Where's my, Okay. I mean, getting there. A little over halfway. Well, Anima is definitely another primal that we know is at least in here in some regard. There could be something else, but we know that Anima is involved in this expansion. There you are. Me? Oh, hello. Just after you left, Lycinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. Maybe. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Oh, did you get Q-timered? Well, as long as you're okay with the spoilers. So I'm ahead of that beginning part. And this is all kind of like... Final Fantasy XIV kind of hits you in waves. Where, yeah, I mean, you could get spoiled on certain parts of it. And like this kind of stuff is not incredibly dense story-wise. But normally after every sort of chunk... Like it's every so many hours of playing, you get hit with like... Oh, like the big reveals kind of hit you. There was definitely some toward the end of that first, once you get to Charlie and stuff. And there was another one we did yesterday toward the end of our stream after another 6-7 hours of playing. So it's every so many blocks of time, it feels like, is when it swings with the big stuff. But a lot of the other stuff is just kind of like, you know, story and characters, but nothing too crazy. Who are you? What happened to the guards? I did cast glare on them. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. Doesn't make any goddamned sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. They are not Garlean. They are big cat people. Garabanian, Yangsha, Balsja, Dalmasca, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bullocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. Ah, yes, slavery. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens. Yeah. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how do you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. But with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If you're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions you're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go. Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquire working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying here for the time being. As long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. It do be exploded. Gone for good. I am trying to, in my own way, read everything and read the extra dialogues. Definitely get tripped up now and then on the old Englishy or old Greek or old sort of French terminology that gets thrown in there. But yeah, that's sort of the plan. I mean, it helps me also digest the entire story as well, since I'm reading it out loud to myself. But I'm definitely a bit better at sort of going off notes and then ranting about things than reading specific dialogue. If you're wondering why we'd post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones at Victor Spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you met out on the way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask or continue to send some bandages and healing balm. I'm a white mage. Oh, there's a freaking lupine here? Yeah, they're from all over the place. They're from across the ice fields, did you? Then we'd better hope you weren't followed by any of those crazed soldiers or were done for. And there's a whole slew of them. Multiple lupines. A Lalafell. Regardless of what the Isilbard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that will be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. That's that. The fire we built at Victor Spoils won't last forever, and it's too dangerous for Lycinia and the others to search for more kindling. If we can get them some ceruleum, it'll be one less thing for them to worry about. For a time, at least. At the end of the trail. Oops. Limsa dialogue was the hardest for me. Damn ARR and rogue job. That's like the starting section, all the pirate talk. Yeah, that could be definitely a thing. Definitely be a thing. Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoil sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. Ah, not old, young. A sister. We only saw Lycinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she's needing treatment, then I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lycinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lycinia would keep her sister a secret from us. We can ask her about it after we delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. I don't know the details, but she mentioned a sister 3 years her junior who's in poor health. That being the case, I thought her people would be willing to cough up some supplies in exchange for ceruleum, but maybe they didn't have anything after all. Come on, L2, let's go! This is my crafter dragon. She likes to craft things. Swamp. 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 Those things are so weird looking. All the way to the south, huh? Later it is. Uh-oh. Wait. This isn't right. It's too quiet. Yeah, where the is everybody? Would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. What the frick? Is the crafting system hard to get by? You're currently 81 Reaper and haven't touched it yet. That's an interesting question to answer. Crafting in Final Fantasy XIV is vast. Like V space A space S space T. It is rather vast. I leveled all of the crafting jobs to 80 in my last 6-ish months of learning this game since May. I have not finished all of the quests for all of them to unlock all of their skills, but that doesn't matter as you can still, you know, grind XP and level them. Almost got Culinarian already to 81 after doing some turn-ins. There are many ways to level crafting. The best way, of course, is to sort of level certain crafters alongside mining and botany. Fishing too, to some degree. I haven't really done any fishing yet, as it is 0. But fishing helps with Culinarian and Alchemist, mostly. But for the most part, I bought or farmed my own materials all the way up. But there are multiple systems. There are different weekly turn-ins you can do. There are collectible vendors that have their own storylines that also have a weekly cap on turn-ins. There are rarefied, unspoiled, rare spawns that have a timer. There's a website that has all the timers on them, so you can just farm them to your heart's content and turn things in. There is the Ishgardian Firmament, which is essentially a zone in one of the major cities dedicated to crafting and gathering. It is sort of the big catch-up mechanic city zone thing. It's a lot. There is also leave quests, which are down here, your allowance. You have 100 maximum. You get 6 every like 3 days or something. There's a time limit on them. You get 6x after X hours per week or something. Leave quests are very strong. They're really not very difficult, but they are really strong at both. From what I've experienced, Disciples of the Land, fishing, botany, and mining, very strong. Leave quests for crafting are good, but not as crazy. Just because the only way to level mining and botany is to go pick up shit or, gather, basically. So allowing yourself to do what accounts to as quests specifically for these jobs is helpful. But it is a lot. It is definitely a lot. It's a way more expansive system. Considering as well, like this is Culinarian, for example. A couple of abilities have been removed from the game. In Endwalker here, they did clean up a little bit, but crafting has a whole rotation of abilities and procs and things, just like any other job. A lot of that gets distilled down to macros that essentially use the abilities in order. At different level brackets, you have different abilities at your disposal to help you along the way, and they get easier as you level up. Some take multiple macros, for example. These, you know, the 7, 8, 8, 9, 6, 7, these are all one family, basically, of macros because it takes multiple actions to make crafts. It's a lot. Once you really get into it, though, like I have understood so far, it's not as daunting as it was at first. But it is definitely a lot at first, for sure. Hello. What the heck happened here? Alphino is clutching his shoulder. There seems to have been a kerfuffle of sorts. Ugh, damn it. Damn it all. You trying to fight Alfie? You got shot by lasers, didn't you? Are these guys dead or knocked out? I guess we'll find out. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Yikers. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I feared they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures. That's why you're here. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in you swoop. You just did that? My chestnut-haired dude? Here to help? What a rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in. Put yourselves at our mercy. Put us in chains. Seal our lands. Get your revenge. So this is obviously just typical propaganda from one squirrel on one side of the railroad tracks to the other squirrel. Obviously the Garleans have been led to believe that the Eorzeans are the bad ones and that they're the evil, whereas from our perspective, of course, the Garleans aggressively expanded, took slaves, and just razed things to the ground and built a giant, freaking huge, stupid wall separating their control in Eorzea from everything else in Alamigo, the Alamegan border. So it's just, yeah, that's what's happening here, I guess. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found an empty medicine bottle and a bed that was still warm. It's true. Lysenia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you you're a fool, I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help you, you idiot. Yeah. Slap him around, Alize. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sounds of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. Ah, yes. Yeah, they're very, very propaganda going on here. You invaded our homeland, tainted with the same source we used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Well, the entire the Garlean Empire, Garlemald, the nation, was founded for one purpose. They're all essentially brainwashed. I'm not going to go into like too dense spoiler territory, not knowing who's out there listening, but they are, yeah. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than to be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is big yikers territory. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lysenia and her sisters will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Good grief. Good grief. I'll follow as soon as I can. After I've given them some basic treatment, I'll take the men inside the house and use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest and ensure they won't cause any more trouble. I'm sorry, but this is something I must do. Big Alphino arc energy. Alright then. Alright. The footsteps. 2 sets of footprints. Young women, judging by the size. It's definitely them. Come on. Come on then. Look how big Alize's feet are compared to these. What the heck? Dude, Alize's got some honking feet. Some chonkers. Probably finish where this quest lends, or ends rather. And then take a bit of a dinner break, I believe. Still be here, but I'll just do a food break, warm something up. Did a bunch of meal prep a couple of days ago, so I've got just meals ready to go just to heat up. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Ah! The slappy, gooey noises of those things is... Bleh. Under the bridge? On top of the pipes? No. Half-buried piece of paper. So it is. A wet paper, half buried in the snow, appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of the show is advertised has long since ended. But while we romp around here on the ice, of course, as with many things on YouTube, if you're just hanging out and you're enjoying just the chill narration, I'm not really making voices up for these characters as there's too damn many of them, and I will not do justice to the voice acting that is done here normally. But just hang out doing the MSQ. The like button on YouTube is important for the algorithm and stuff. So just a reminder to smash that like button. What do YouTubers say? Fresh blood. Yeah, okay. And I appreciate you guys hanging out, of course. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim may have been severely wounded. The blood trail leads southeastwards. Conveniently next to the... No, northwest? Nani? I assume it's got to be on top of this. Oh, yeah. Son of a damn it. This is the third zone of Endwalker, and with how they structure these expansions, the third zone is fully open. So you can get all of the Aether currents in this zone. So I will be doing that sort of off screen, even though we've still got a solid 6 to 7 hours left in the stream today, because I want to go from roughly 2 to midnight each day here until we finish. Yeah, that's what this guy's doing. Hey-ya! Pay to win mount. Pay to win mount. That is, after much gobbledygook of the day, that's Cloud's bike. I called it just not Fran's bike, but it's a similar like Magitech bike. But that bike has the built-in riding maps because you buy it from the MOG station, so it always has the increased mount speed. Which, that's why I joke by it's pay to win. I mean, it kind of is, but whatever. Mount speed during MSQ is only meaningful for so long, and then you're flying everywhere at full speed, so not really a big deal. Oh, to the west, way out that way then, okay. Some weird spiky things in the distance. There's also people to my right. Oh, well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Come on, man. Unsummon your weird... Come on. The two bodies are already cold. Frick.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Ah, that's from the launch trailer. Interesting re-edit, little subversion based on what the footage they were showing there. Flippin' heck, man.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Flippin' heck. Big triple dot energy from Alfie. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Will they still be alive if we hadn't? A bit off tack to level up and get the level up theme sting right in front of, but you know, hey, it's Final Fantasy, baby. Oh, God. Man. Oof. Damn it. A way forward. Chapter 18. Just moving my footage over. All right. Alrighty. Next chunk. Let's move our chocobo out of the way. Hit the idle camera. I don't know how much it's going to find in this area. There's not many people around, but I'm going to go heat up some dinner. Have a little dinner break right now. Let this... Yeah. Back in a couple of minutes. Damn. Eye camera is so silly. Also, someone really is using that bird as their minion. That bird is so creepy looking, man. So incredibly creepy. They were Garleans, no biggie. I mean, sure, our whole point of coming here is to stop this madness, but yeah. Just Final Fantasy 14 storytelling. It do be doing this sometimes, but all right. Idle camera, good to go. Be right back. Alrighty. It's weird that the idle camera picks up mobs too. That is not my bun. That is a much more angry bun. Got the scar on his face, everything. It's an interesting point in the story, though, considering you might only care, you might not care. Like, they're Garleans, whatever. Just different levels of compassion for the different characters, or depending on how you view the whole thing. But, all right. Let's watch the idle camera do its thing. We might move to the next area or move back to the other one. And then I will... Oh, we are right here before I have to record, so I guess we are here for the time being. I just grabbed one of my salads. I'm just going to munch away real quick. All right. Depending on where you are in the world, what was... like, is Gorek out there still? Hanging out? What did Gorek have for dinner? I wonder what he had for dinner. Some sort of meat with maybe some vegetables? I'm not sure, though. That's a sad shot right there. I mean, we never not play our character, but there could be, like earlier when I played as Thancred, right? Stuff like that. Where you play certain scenarios or missions. You know, the story beat as someone else. I could see that. That'd be, yeah. Just don't pull a Last of Us 2. That game was rough. Oh, oh my God. The camera's stuck in a tree. Oh my God. That was terrible. Terrible? Terrifying? Terrible? So that was a light emotional beat. There's going to be probably a heavier one here soon. Ah! It's a little platypus. Or a Psyduck. Psy? Oh. What the heck? Just a heckin' duck. It's so ridiculous. There's a player up on like the foyer here, the under the gazebo, that's wearing like a nightgown. Makes no sense, but well, there's a player pile. It keeps picking this balcony. I believe so. Do the keys come to our email? Because they don't automatically apply, do they? We have to go to the lodestone on our profile and copy and paste them in. I gotta check my email, I guess. It's weird that you get the early access, but technically you don't have the game unless you put your code in. Yeah, there's that Vieira wearing like a nightgown in the snow. Quite chilly, I would imagine. Quite chilly. But I don't know. That's a question we could ask in Discord, because I actually don't know the specifics of that. Because I thought, since I already had the game pre-ordered and it already has all like the little toggles, the little yellow circle in the graph on your lodestone page, that it should already be good to go. But well, I guess it technically is part of the MOG station, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, we all should have 7 days of game time as well. I'll need to look to see where that email is. Anything to look at later. I do wonder if this server issue will get worse. I don't know. Get worse when the official launch happens. Oh, there's an Aura. It's not Halloween anymore. They're still got the Halloween jack-o'-lantern necklace on. I guess technically that holiday hasn't happened in Final Fantasy XIV yet because it was delayed. And then awkwardly it'll happen in like January or something. That'll be a little weird. Oh no. Yeah, the 2002 error is real rough. I don't know why it doesn't save your account's position in your queue. And if you're already in queue, what is happening? I mean, I read the whole post by Yoshi P today before I went live. It's freaking midnight and there's a 3,000 person queue? Oh my god. I was going to restart the idle camera just so I don't AFK out or for any reason. That'd be bad. Oops. I only have a few more bites of my salad left. All my meal prep stuff is all... It's not a ton. Not like it's a full-fledged dinner or whatever like that, but just trying to snarf it as fast as I can so I can get back to playing. But I don't know if I should take like a real break or whatever. And then I know there's some broadcasters and things. I've always done this in the past too, that they'll sit around and just play for hours and hours and hours and hours. I don't know about that. You gotta take the moments to feed yourself. No video game is worth getting like sick or a headache over or something along those lines, or worse. What's up, Vince? Yeah, the I started the queue today way earlier. I started my queue about 11, maybe 11:15 a.m. About when I woke up, and I got in just about 1 o'clock. Still took just shy 2 hours, but I knew if I risked being any closer, like yesterday, I tried about 45 minutes before 2 o'clock. No way. We didn't go live until what, 7 o'clock yesterday? Yesterday was crazy. I had so many errors. I got kicked back to queue at least once. It was rough. It was a rough day yesterday trying to log in. I mean, it's crazy. It's cool being a part of this huge new surge in Final Fantasy, but it is still tough. I'm not sure how long this will go, though, because it's not going to subside. If anything, it'll only get worse. And Square Enix just can't make new servers. They physically don't have the hardware. Well, as they say, but the whole superconductor, chip problem is worldwide right now. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been disconnected while in the game. But the login servers are pretty effed. It's weird though, because people take time off. A lot of people take time off for these kind of things. If you're an MMO player. But you'd think after so many times of doing this rodeo that you wouldn't that you wouldn't be shocked when stuff like this happens. All right. Salad consumed. Thank you for your patience for that little lunch-ish dinner break. Allows me to keep going without having to stop after this now, since we're doing like 10-hour blocks. Well, when we can. Yesterday, definitely couldn't. Did get to watch Mugen Train, the Demon Slayer movie, right before I went live. We were sitting in queue, so we watched the Demon Slayer movie. There's a bunch of us in Discord. This lone little duck, little swan duck just walking around in the snow. And this little Triceratops. Does that make sense? Ooh. Life of an MMO player. Gorek, I was asking earlier, what did you have for dinner? Or what are you having for dinner? WoW Classic was worse. I remember getting Chrome remote control and log in at work, so when I get home, I'm in the game. Oh, good lord. Really? That's a lot. That is definitely a bit much. All right, let's bring up my notes. Let's get back into this. Let's keep it going. This quest was a way forward. Merit that. Oh, I wrote it down. Look at that. Thank you, past Adam. Gonna have some salad burps coming up here. Level 83. A way forward. Alphino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. I'm going to grab that aetherite. It is sort of on the way. I think it's at monitoring station G. Sort of west and then southwest on the way back. Oh, maybe not. It's over here then. I see. At this like train station. Nope, there it is. that Jotun wants my butt meat. Little Aether Current for you. You're having a brisket and taters. You know, that's sort of what I expected. I did think I said earlier, Gorak will probably be having a meat of some sort with potentially a type of vegetable. Potatoes are a bit more of a starch, but I guess they fall into the, well, they're a root, right? They fall into the vegetable category enough, I guess. And some red wine. Ooh, baby. Who are you going on a date with? That sounds like date night food. Are you going on a date with this handsome guy named Gorek? I heard he's very handsome. Sort of right by a couple of... Oh, there it is. I can just port back down. There do be robots here? Oh, ow. I have been shoosted. Yeah, but he's dumb as a rock. Fair enough. Oh, let's see. He's going. We ride north. Okay, so they just keep going north. So I'm too far away to get the one that I think was down here somewhere. So we'll just teleport back then, shall we? So what was the question? Did you like it? A new season is coming soon? I must have said something about a show with a season. Oh, Demon Slayer. The movie. Yeah, it's very good. You can either watch the movie. The way we did it was we watched episode 1 of season 2, which is a prelude to the film Mugen Train. And then you can either just watch the anime, because the movie is retold in anime form, or you can watch the movie, which we did. It was quite good. I mean, Demon Slayer is definitely up there with the current like best anime running right now, up there with like My Hero Academia and such. It's quite good. It was, you know, predictable-ish, as you might imagine a shonen anime to be, but still good. It's a good show. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? You mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Indeed. Oh, I didn't click on you. Click on the damn pet. Treatment of the tempered is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there is anything to report, you will be sure to know. Though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Something the matter. The twins look out of sorts, and you too seem a bit off. Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do of assistance? I do believe I've heard about Konosuba being also pretty good. Yeah. One Piece is something, Gorek, but One Piece also has like 1,000 episodes or something stupid. Like at this point, it's almost impossible to catch up with. It's literally like you could watch an episode of One Piece every single day for the next like 3 years of your life or something. So I don't know. I don't really usually tend to like the super serialized anime. Other than like Dragon Ball, I don't think I've ever really followed an anime that just kept going and going and going and going. I am curious how the new Dragon Ball Super movie will work because it is a totally different animation style again. And if there will be any more actual anime, or they'll just keep making these little one-off movies. I don't know. Anyway. Alize and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. May I ask for your account? Yeah?
Thank you for your report.
Oops.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
A sound plan.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
Wasn't your fault, Lucia. What the heck?
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified.
That's good.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered.
Yeah.
And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer.
Wrong place at the wrong time, Gaius.
Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession. And in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
Yuck. What a mess.
So no one is at fault? and everyone else is to blame.
Yep. What an absolute mess.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers.
That's gotta be when Anima was released, man. I don't think anything else would just temper and wipe so many people's memories that quickly.
But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams.
Yeah, okay.
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Tower of Babel, all right.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Yep.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal,
yeah,
then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
Oh, the radio shielded them from Anima's scream. Okay.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
Oh, also that.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Yes, Serena? Goodness.
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Indeed. Oh! It's launch trailer boy.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
Are you not indoctrinated, blue-haired boy?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
Iulus, huh?
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true.
Oh, crap. I'm going with you? What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? Well, bring their mom up. Yeah. Mom powers.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
This blue-haired boy just called me a sellsword. A, no sword. B, I'm insulted. How dare you? Just, is this allowed? C, it would make sense that they wouldn't know any of the stuff that that our character has been doing this whole time. But also, D, you a bitch. All the the spawning noises. Excuse me, my beautiful son, you're in the way. I worry they are not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in the face of hardship, you as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion.
Be on your guard. There are more foul things than orcs in the deep places of the world. Mithril.
It's about time to watch the special edition Lord of the Rings Extended Editions again. Feeling it. Feeling it. We captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. It's fine. Iulis Pier Nobanus. It's unusual for one so young to achieve such high a rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. First trial boss, maybe? Dungeon boss? I know. This won't bring Lycinia, or won't bring back Lycinia or her sister, taking the same risk, making the same mistakes. It's possible, but better to try than to give up every time. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. Anyone else around? Just Magni. The lowly task of keeping watching over provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by right theirs. Oh, good Lord. The thing that tricks you up about the dialogue in this game the most often is that some of the word choices are just flipped. Like, for example, you're so used to reading one way, but I will let no man take that which is not by rights theirs. Instead of saying, I will let no man take what is not theirs. Or not take what is ours, or something along those lines, right? Like, you think there's something coming up, but it's putting certain words sort of after. It's a different cadence of talking. Said your farewells, have you? All right, you gotta get slapped right across your orange blue hair. Usually, what gets me when I'm reading so much is when certain characters talk with words that are somewhat out of place from. Yeah. You'll be received as invited guest, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Didn't spawn any other dialogue? No, it just goes to Euless. Is anyone else around? Where is Astinian anyway? He's somewhere. I'm sure the side quests. Oh, M's over here. No use taking in all these Garleans if we're going to let them freeze to death. We need heat, for goodness sake. I knew I should have brought more warming tinctures. Oh, yeah, they made any breakthroughs on the warming? Probably give you a moment to finish up designs on the cerulean heat or rush. Have them ready before you know it. Okay, that's the same dialogue as earlier. There might be a side quest or two around here about the whole heaters. So unless I do them, I won't know if I'll have that done. Like, I won't get the dialogue about it. Oh, there's Sadu, just still standing right here. You have the smell of death about you, not from killing, but mourning. I have seen the passing of many souls, and I know the traces they leave behind. The scent of death is still fresh on you. It cannot be washed away, but fades in time. All right, Sadu, calm down. Damn. Jesus. She is very intense. All the time. Quite. All right. All right, donkey boy. Let's go. Are you and the children ready? All right, man. I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. And you better watch yourself. Have you seen the new glare animation yet? I'll show you real up close if you want. We will do only as instructed. After all, this is what we've been striving for ever since we arrived. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are a few others besides him and his commander he mentioned. Yeah. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. I was there. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Bay. That's me. Bay, where have I heard that before? I don't know, the guy that 1v1's primals? The guy that traversed space and time and saved an entire planet / timeline? Kind of? No matter. Air quotes Alphino and air quotes Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers. And you're not to run, nor saunter run, towards the station. Oh, you're not to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you ever think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alizé will begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to the station without falling behind. Ready to make a dash for the station? Okay. So I can't fight. Interesting. Even if... So they don't aggro, but I have to... Okay. I have to sort of dodge enemies. Dude, Julius is locked onto me. His character head is just looking straight at me. Can we actually dash run? No, they don't run any faster. I watched that Jotun. That was fine. Yes, hello, children. Howdy, howdy. We're here, I think. Ah. There's nothing like the... It's nothing like the ones in Thanalan. Oh, the train station. All right, Dongus. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. All right. All right, then. Damn it, big chocobo in the way. Getting closer to the Imperial Palace, if one can still call it that, it truly is a terrifying sight to behold. I wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If there's any sense they'll have picked somewhere like Victor Spoils to take shelter. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Okay. All right, and what's next? The last bastion. Julius knows only too well the danger lurks around every corner. That danger lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though I'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they will be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. All right, then. Oh, yeah, here. I'm close enough to the one to the south now. A little bit of detour action coming in. Yeah, you get that, Gathering. You get it. Yeah. And now... Still south. Okay. In that cave, perhaps? Now, that was the Tapper's Den. So when I was down here, I didn't check the Aether Compass. I may have been right next to one. Probably behind this mountain corner here. If I had to guess. Yep, there it is right there. I didn't check for it when I was here earlier. That is okay. Cool. Okay, the next one is far away. We ride north. Grab a hydrate while we auto run. Yeah, those Marlboro things with the many mouths, they're like the green, they're like a reskin of the plant ones with some snow and stuff, but big gross. Especially the sloshy, slurpy noises they make. Yeah, those noises. Thank you. Thank you for demonstrating those noises. Thank you. Yep. That'll be it. Oh! Someone's already done with this zone. They do be flying. I would seem we are beset upon by scum and villainy. Oh. Many, I see. Well, that's someone else walking into the zone. No problem. We must stay alert. Gods damn it, we're perfectly capable of holding our own. Ah! Suddenly, many extra mobs. Rude. Rude. I've seemed to gotten here at an opportune time for many other players at the same time. I see why your comrades chose you. Euless, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody, that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Spoken like a true Garlean that's been freaking indoctrinated by everything? I don't know. Their whole people way of life stuff is always just very bleak. Oh no. Big AoE incoming. That works. Big triple dot. I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Oh, you mean just murdering people? Sure, you know, it happens. So we're not being followed. We will continue onward. You have a bit of a questing train forming here. A bit of a train. It's actually 3 healers, right? No, my last one's a summoner. Hey! Back off then. Yeah, you better run. Didn't want to get glared. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. The surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterwards we can try again to convince Eulus that the Tempered can be saved. We'll have to show him. Right? It's going to be a lead by example sort of thing. He'll need an example of us saving someone. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand right before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Where's my son? There he is. Man. Still way north, huh? Bum ba-na-num, bum ba-na-na-num, bum bum ba-ba-dum. Oh, good lord. Just hit him with the lilies. He's done it. Let's prep a blood lily for... There we go. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Well, they can be cured before that step, you madman. Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Hey, you want to say them before then? Then you admit it. Now that you know, now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Well, okay, dingus. Also, what the hell? That's under the ground. I noticed that there was an aetherite here, but that's underground. It has to be. Under this mountain, basically. Curious. But I wish there was another way. I thank you for keeping us from harm. Even here in the outskirts is plain... Outskirts? Outskirts is plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to other cities. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. All right, then. Northwest for another, up here somewhere? There it is. This is bleak. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, Goark. My brain broke for a moment. Where are we at? Whoops. Only 4 more from the zone defined. Okay. Yep, big underground. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Go on, down the stairs, like I told you. Or is it your first time into an underground station? They're all over Garlemald, even during severe blizzards. We could use them to travel from one end of the city to another. Back when there was still in operation, that is. It's a subway station. Hello, Theodora. She clearly has no intention of speaking to you. Alright, see ya. It's a little dark down here. There's a radio down here. Ah, yes. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. Yeah. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Euless was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supply must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and the snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Yes? All right then. Is this the guy from the trailer? I'm going to assume it's the guy from the trailer. Whom's if we only saw the back of their head. But first, I'm going to attune to this here aetherite. Oh, never mind. I will not attune to this here aetherite. Ah, yes, it is the one from the trailer. Cool. He certainly looks the part. Now comes the true test. I will deal with you in a moment. Scene from the trailer? Question mark.
These are their chosen representatives.
In before lore.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
Huh.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
It's too real.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
The indoctrination is real.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Hmm?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Okay.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Oh. He knows who we are.
Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Yeah.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason, or on the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. I mean, that one is way more poetic than the other one. That sounds like something Emmett would say. Although, yeah. Definitely not Emmett. Just the poetry of it all. That's cool.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
I didn't remember that Harshaphon actually said that specifically, but that's when you early meet him.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had forgotten. That's one of the early things you say when you get to the one of those places in the cold in Ishgard, I believe, when Harshaphon says that. That's cool, but also sad. Well, ding dang. Whew. Good grief. All right. Here we are now. That was chunk 18. 19 is persona non grata. Or personae non grata. What the heck? Gorehowl has a queue of 8? Why can't he log in? 8 isn't that... 8 should go quickly. What the heck? Just checking Discord for a moment while I move that, move that footage over. So many stupid memes coming out of the Final Fantasy XIV subreddit right now. Oh gosh. I don't know why everyone is in movie time right now. What are they doing? Alright, not even watching anything. Alright, go back to my notes. Persona non grata. Or however it's pronounced. Frick. I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. It'll take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these callers are a minor inconvenience. Persona non grata. Euless has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. Sure. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Terraterm. What's it called again? I can't open the map. Terratum, I believe. Before you ask, no, I didn't have a key. I don't have a key or any means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did, and if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Ooh. Right in the balls. Do as you will, but remember, I will be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can from their situation. And above all else, don't use magic of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. You hear what I said? Don't make me repeat myself. Yeah, okay. It's like you're in a Final Fantasy game. Come on now. Gather information in Tertium. Ah, hello, Octavia. It's you, Bacon. What's up? I served under Lord Gaius of the 14th Legion. Oh, really? The 14th Legion in Final Fantasy 14? I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in the dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until your countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Okay, that went somewhere else that I was not expecting it to go at the start, but also the entire Garlean Empire invaded under the banner of unification, aggressive indoctrination and unification of all peoples of Eorzea. They just made slaves of everyone. It's the same kind of crap with like Star Wars. Yes, the Empire in its crazy expanse did turn prosperity and did turn to unification, but it was also subjugation and near slavery versus what was happening before. Just big differentiating views. Get guilt tripped for Praetorium? Man, Dalthir, you know what? Get yourself different bath water. So cold. Young soldiers on the verge of losing consciousness. I can't help him? All right, man. Pass out. You're the mender? Okay. Junkmonger? What you got? Never mind. Nothing. Marcellinus. Marcellinus? Yeah, Marcellinus. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh. Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot without... the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third, it says... Those are... I. As Roman numerals. If it weren't for the third bleeding us... we'd be the end of you. Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life. We made our escape, took shelter in the mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. I have a feeling you wouldn't, but you know. There's apparently a triple triad NPC there. No matter what may betide, I have my daughter, and that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights. Popeye? Hello. I've never been this cold or hungry in all my life. While Garden Mode was built on a frozen waste, the city itself was always a warm, inviting place. Now, all we once had is in ruins. It does definitely seem to me that the larger populace of the Garlean Empire does not know how and or why it was formed. I can't feel my fingers. Hey, I'm on a train. So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we brought some food with us, but perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. God, this is so frustrating. How much longer are you going to be... Are we going to be stuck down here? This is no way to live. Well, we could help with that, but, hey, no. Is there aught we may do to ease your woes? You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans. 4 Garleans could teleport all over in a blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Yep. So I missed someone somewhere. Oh, the radio is one of them. This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Yeah. Get out of my ear, will you? I'm exhausted, and the last thing I need is you and your drivel. Alright then, dickhead. For the foreseeable future, I'm not doing any... Our community guild, we killed Heroic Sylvanas earlier this year and did, you know, bunch of stuff in game, but with the huge downtime from new content as well as the Activision Blizzard King situation, many of us did no longer want to engage with the company overall. So I started looking into Final Fantasy XIV earlier this year, and by the end of May was my first foray into the game. I've been playing and learning and adjusting and writing down notes and absorbing information and watching videos and reading about stuff, and yeah, since the end of May. I definitely plan on making videos and doing educational oriented stuff like I used to do. But yeah, no World of Warcraft for the foreseeable future, unless there is definitely some real change over there. It just feels shitty paying a subscription or buying anything in that game that just goes into Bobby Kotick and his grubby cronies' hands and not into the people that make the game. So yeah. So playing a bunch of Final Fantasy XIV right now, as illustrated, as well as will be more Darkest Dungeon 2 in the future. There's some indie game stuff I want to do, as well as curated videos as well. Once we get sort of caught up through all the Endwalker stuff now. Did you learn anything of note? And your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at the greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Yeah, I could try. Can't use any magic here. It's a bit of a combination of stuff too, Stoyan, because like I want to make edutainment oriented stuff with Final Fantasy XIV in mind and other things. There is the first podcast after some time, episode 215. It's on here on YouTube. You may have already listened to it or whatever. It's mostly audio only. It has an intro with me on camera, but other than that, it's an audio only edit. It's also on Spotify, where all my other podcasts are. It's also on iTunes, on the website. So that there'll be more of those. We definitely get some pretty dorky rants about 14 in there. My Discord community and stuff, the core group of us that are in the free company and whatnot, we have definitely absorbed a lot of this game over the past half a year. We've been trying to catch up, right? We played WoW for 15, 16, 17 years or whatever, almost to the day, until earlier this year. It's easy to remember everything about that game, but 14 has so many other interlocking pieces, many of them very optional, but there's just a lot of game considering it's 10 years of stuff versus my knowledge of it being very, very little until now. But no, this game's been fantastic so far. Story is a big selling point, of course, but even like the game system, which I want to go over in a video, just the differences there, how your time feels rewarded, like you invest your time, you get things out of it. World of Warcraft is so RNG. The treadmill in WoW is just, if you do it so long, man, you clear an entire raid, you clear all Mythic Pluses, you get your Tuesday reset, and you get nothing for it. And I know they've made improvements to that system and the gear grind, and they have tried, but it's so random and so just not fun. It's just not fun. And it got to many players because the community guild we had going in World of Warcraft like over a year ago, we had like, I don't know, maybe 40-ish people. And by the time we killed Heroic Sylvanas, there was not even 20 of us left. There was 16 or 17 on the kill. Just so many people just stopped wanting to play. Anyway, it just dwindled. It dwindled and dwindled and dwindled. And shout out to Harry out there. Harry was with us when we first were raiding Nathria, transitioning into the Sanctum raid. And Harry went like 3 whole resets, getting no upgrades from the weekly vault, from Mythic Plus, and from the raid. Because of personal loot. Because of, loot dropping, and then if it's tradable or not. And then not getting anything worth a damn from the weekly vault. So he didn't want to play anymore. He couldn't progress his character after playing for hours and hours and hours and hours. Sucks. But if you put that time into 14, you just earn a currency, or you just build toward crafting your starting gear, and then voila, you have it. Either buying a piece a week or a piece every other week, or working on the trials to get your accessories or your weapon, you get progression. There's some RNG, but a lot of it else is just like, if you put in time, you get it. I made 7 resistance weapons in 14. 7 of them in my time I just played. They are a big grind, but I wanted multiple of the appearances and for the tanks and healers that I play. So I put the time in. I farmed the materials. I made the weapons. Boom shakalaka. Like, there was nothing else. There was no RNG. There was no chance. There was, you do X, you receive Y, which leads to Z. And thus I have 7 resistance weapons done. I don't know, Just a concept so far lost on WoW. Everything is a chance, or God, we lived through how many years of Warforged Titan forging random gem socket garbage? Good Lord. Frustrating and sad. That's all I can really say about WoW now, is just sad and frustrating. And frustrating and sad. Anyway. Who's there? My eyes. I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know it wouldn't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. God, it's so bleak. Garlemald is so incredibly bleak. Goodness. For those you met, fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't just leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he may recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. It's more like it's Eulus. There's no E sound. It's just Eulus. Just a little more. So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. Same dialogue. That was one of the points that I kind of want to like dig into more and make a discussion video topic about. It's incredible to me that for so long, with the way the loot structure works in World of Warcraft, and sorry to rant about this a little bit, just kind of I want to just get it out of my brain. The RNG of the loot grind has clearly not worked and has driven so many people away. The rationale behind that is what? If you make a loot grind in your game harder, that entices people to play for longer because it's longer for them to finish progression on a character or multiple characters. And then is the fear they would stop playing the game after getting a character completed. Well, lo and behold, clearly in Final Fantasy XIV, for example, you can gear and work towards so many jobs to get to max level. I farmed enough to get to the full blue crafted and full blue, well, crafter and full blue gatherer sets, right? Which is the, that's the wrong thing. It's the hand saint gear. It's not as good as the actual crafted over melded stuff, which again are kind of foreign words if you don't understand what they mean. But this is getting a lot of collectibles to get all this gear. And it's like the second best. But it's on a vendor, and it requires you to farm a lot of the collectible nodes, get them to high quality, and then turn them in over and over and over again. Right? Like, I got the second best gear in the game just by playing the game. And what did I do after that? I worked on the other ones. I went from the crafter side to the gatherer side. I worked on getting gear for my other characters, like my ults. I ran a bunch of the dungeons to get the 505 gear, which is like the third-ish tier of gear in the game at the time, based on just like the progression that you can do. Like I played more of the game because I was allowed to progress my characters. Imagine that. I know I'm not every player. I'm a very systems-oriented, progression-based player, but it's so baffling to me that the dev decision was to make things so random. Chance here, maybe there, potential there, RNG drop there, thinking that that's what players will keep them invested. But if you let players have their loot, progress their characters, grow in, you know, patch to patch power, or cosmetic, there's lots of cosmetics in this game, for example, then they'll play longer. Huh. Funny, that. And I mean, even the devs of Final Fantasy XIV say, if you play for a few weeks and then take months off, that's fine. But they see their game as not one that is perpetual to a degree. Many players do play it perpetually. If you want to really get everything done in this game, there is a vast amount of farming to be done. It's still it's an Eastern MMO, and there is a huge part of the game that enjoys that play style, the somewhat monotony of grinding for rewards. But if you want to, who the hell's to stop you? At least you know you get to that end of the tunnel eventually, guaranteed. You have a chance. Just so weird to me, man. So weird. All right, Euless. Oh, crap. It's talking text now. I need to disable that. Euless, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Yes, you do. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We have some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. What? We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those poor in health are going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. Oh my god. We will not accept your charity. Oh, let me just go fight Saren so I can stop the indoctrination process. Good lord, man. Wait, Destora, what are you referring to? If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Or those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume. Yeah, what the hell was that? Oh. The legendary recrafting thing? Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, you're fine, you're fine. I meant what Destora's comment was. I may have misunderstood it. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. So Fandaniel. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrived, our contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. Alphino is mean mugging hard right now. I will speak with Lord Quintus. That's fair. Oh, okay. So, did he agree to it? No. No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. Son of a bitch. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Oh. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. Make light work. You are a lot more trouble than you're worth. God, you are almost insufferable, by the way. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. We're not your soldiers, Hulis. Come on, man. Come on. Good grief. Give me that XP. Although this is hardly the solution we had in mind, it will have to suffice for the time being. Without our healing magics, there is little we can do for these people beyond offer words of encouragement. But this way, we'll be able to offer them tangible assistance. His park materials. I like that reference. That's good. That's good. Even my Google document text wants to autocorrect park to dark. His dark materials is the reference. That's good. That's good. I watched the first season of that show. The episodic version, his dark materials, quite good. I kind of just stopped watching toward the end or in the second season or something. I can't remember. A lot of episodes to watch though. A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. All right, so his park materials. Ulyss finds himself in the somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We'll begin our search for ceruleum in Regino Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, the park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Good lord. This guy wouldn't even be any stiffer with a stick up his own ass. All right. Onward, upward, and outward we go. We can mount when we're out here, I guess. Meh. 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 It's 4 more from exploration. Okay. $838 yalms to the west. This is the place. Do you think this macabre graveyard of war machina was once a park? Man, it's kind of effed right now. Excuse me. This is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zos Galvus. Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him? Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we already drained it dry. Same goes to the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as the ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. While I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. He is definitely living in a lie, that's for sure. Most certainly is. Though rather small by Gurlian standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeping. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Boy, don't those look comfy. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. I keep adding an extra letter to his name. It's Julius. This, whatever it is, appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park. Okay. Even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain? Or somewhere the man himself used to sit? Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but it can't help wondering. Man. Yzma, put your hands in the air. Can you go down the slide? Like, does it? Oh, okay. The slides in Ilmeg actually, like, your character changes and you actually do slide. These are pretty small, though, compared to the Ilmeg slides. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. There's Eulus, just standing there next to a bun girl in lingerie. Eulus ignores you as he stares at the water in silence, as if searching for something he knows has gone and will never return. Okay. Here's Alphino checking Reddit again. I don't imagine there would be much need for Magitech in a park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. They may have uses for ceruleum that I've yet to consider. I assume one of the other points of interest is up here on one of these sides. Oh, over there. I chose poorly. There goes Gorik again, cuting. He's cuting with Flirt Stora. Aye, that's where my brain went. Just a little slight bit of Les Dixia there. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Soleus. The pond, children's play areas, to your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Yep. What about a dragon? What about a dragon that likes to craft things? L2 is like a giant scaly cat. Don't stare at the water. They'll pull you down into where the souls are. The dead marshes. Yes. Yes. Don't, ew. Don't, ew. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Negativo, bro chacho. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. Couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no. I'm a bitch. It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. So like all other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed here if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we'd go home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater by chance. I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. That was long ago. But the water, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Euless, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. I should like flare the water. Yo, just blast a flare in there. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of Verfire would do the trick. Okay, well, Verfire is, you know, enough. I was expecting her to just, like, flare and just evaporate all the water. It's a little less than what I was expecting, or hoping for, rather. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. We have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane! So fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. So this is a theme in multiple expansions of you and Alize having a gotta catch 'em all Pokemon moment with different quests. Good to see this hasn't changed. The last thing we need you is catching a cold. Step aside and drink the ponds dry. Wait, step aside while I drink the ponds dry? That way we'll find it in no time. Okay, that's gross, but that's funny. That may be the stupidest thing I've ever heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. Ooh. Oof. Just, I felt that one. Good grief. Damn. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first. If that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method with Alphino's help. All right. I deserve the back sass. That's fine. I still don't know why she doesn't just, like, blast it with, again, just Verflare the shit out of it. Just evaporate all the water. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Hey, you dickhead. Oh, does it actually hurt you? That guy has damage numbers on him. Why does he have chill to the bone and I don't? It's weird. Gods be good, it's cold. Perhaps we should have listened to Hulis after all. Where's Alphino? Maybe you have to click on each point of interest and that's how you get the debuff. You delve into the murky water by come empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Oh yeah, there it is. Makes sense. You delve into the murky water by come empty-handed. Okay. Bum bum bum. Hey, yeah. Mario rules. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what that might be a handle. Mario rules. Always the fourth one. Or third? One of the two. I'm holding nothing. You open the hatch and retrieve a cerulean tank. That's weird. They've done a lot of like hand-edited holding and transferring of items, and this one is just like there's no tank rendered. That's weird. Like I'm. Blech. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Hulis will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. Wow. I mean, just like... There we go. You found it. There must be another one around here somewhere. Where the heck is Alphino? But there's a tree right there. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Uncovering hidden treasure is an adventurer's bread and butter, though one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold, stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slavering beasts or solving annoying puzzles. Maybe. That's it. And there's still some cerulean left. Ah, the fire is still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. Ah! He immediately goes to be nice and not a complete dickhead. He's acting out of instinct. Right after that moment. Boom, fire. That's not... What? Call me an old Don because by fire I am reborn. Oh my god. Alizé. And my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the cerulean, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Hulis, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Ah, yes. I, too, have fond memories of being brainwashed. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the light in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly in that brief respite, technically it's respite, I guess, in that pronunciation, the ice would melt and forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. There's a severe lack of playing video games in there, my dude. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. That was a pretty bleak picture you painted right there, with basically the entire watercolor set all blended together in a grayish brown hue of despair and depression. Lovely. I mean, the quest is a play on his dark materials, so not sure what I expected there. All right, then. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry. They could still do with a proper wash. A proper wash? Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood. Oh my god, here we go again. I was even able to provide Eulis with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help to further build a rapport and to distract him from his other concerns. No good deed. Goes unpunished. Now that the fire has burned out, Eulis is ready to move on. Okay. All right. Now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. For what music? What's wrong with the music right now? Or is it the the music I'm making? Everything was built on an enormous scale and with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Emerald. Given what we know now, such similarities are no coincidence. Indeed. I wonder why that is. The War Machina appear to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder whether it's simply following its original orders or if it now serves the Telophoroi. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of War Machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tank from the less damaged units, those that took the more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. But I could become Iron Man then. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood? Let's get to work. Wham-a-dim squing bing bing wong bong dong. According to the gauge, this fuel tank is empty. I mean, but like, why not? Powerful enough to destroy the thick armor of an Imperial War Machina, but not the considerably more fragile ceruleum tanks beneath, apparently. Blah. After successfully removing the War Machina's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to be broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel it may hold. So we use the item. Kaboom! It is completely empty. Need more? Here. A fair amount of explosives are spared today, but tomorrow is another story. We can't afford to waste them on units with nothing to offer, so be sure to check the gauge first. Of course, if the gauge is damaged, it's up to you to make the call. I'm going to use it on every single one of them, just because. Bow, 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 now, now. This gauge is broken. Kaboom. Completely empty. What the hell is that? Overtuned specimen. Just big blob slimes. To the west? You don't say. South. Well, I heard it. Northwest. So it's up on the overpass. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Yo, pay to win. Yep, there it is. So I did hear it. Nicer. Nicer, nicer. Bleh. So the west. There's one even farther this way. Machine's fuel tank is empty. Broken. You retrieve the War Machia's fueling tank to find it's still half full or half empty depending on one's perspective. Either way, Hughless will surely be pleased by your discovery. What do I expect the world to look like after the nukes fall? I don't know. I thought nukes specifically wouldn't actually leave this much. Depending on how close you were, all this stuff wouldn't be here. But I mean, maybe it has a very Fallout kind of vibe, like a Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 3 kind of vibe. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the War Machina in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were to be awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among ceruleum tanks would surely deserve one. Ladies and gentlemen, Final Fantasy XIV tooltip writers. How goofy is that? You did it again. Truly, luck is on your side, or our side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alizé and Alphino are faring. New Vegas was pretty strong Fallout, that's for sure. Fallout 3 with some mods is good, but Fallout New Vegas is chef's kiss. It's also because it wasn't made by Bethesda. Just stand in the middle of the road. Okay.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Link Pearl Thancred. Also, how do you know? Also, what? Also, are you following me?
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
That's kind of cool.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Ah!
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
All right. All right.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground.
Correct.
Brought back a king's ransom?
Kinda.
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
You what, mate? Exactly, Alize. Exactly.
It's a poor attempt at humor.
Mm-hmm.
In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
Mm-hmm.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
What?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
Nani?
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Calling us the savages. Meanwhile, Garlean's picking up scraps. Right.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alize are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Ah, so you have chosen death.
I see.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Do it, coward.
Keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Coward. Do as he says. No, just verflare them all.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. No good deed goes unpunished. All right. Delthier. Yeah. All right, we move that footage over there. Currently, I'm up to 231 gigs of footage recorded so far in the 19 chunks. Goodness me. And yet we still have more to go. We ride. Chunk 20. What are we starting with here? It's Alia Iacta Est? Does that actually mean something? Alia Iacta Est is a variation of the Latin phrase attributed to the... attributed by Suetonius to Julius Caesar as he led his army across the Rubicon River in northern Italy. With this step, he entered Italy at the head of his army in defiance of the Senate and began his long civil war against Pompey and the Optimates. Translates to "the die is cast" in Latin. Well then. Gotta post a meme in memes real quick. Meme has been posted. Very good. All right, let me get the next. Elea Iacta Est. All right. Alia iacta est. Latin for the die is cast, apparently. Once again, Eulus has been instructed with an uninevitable task. Or unevade. I want to say unevadable, but it's not. It's unenviable. Yes, we got there. I believe. Is that a Reaper? Yep. Freaking Latin name. I didn't know if I was be confused by another random word that I didn't know. But if it's just unenviable, that's easy. You will accompany back to our camp where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies I surrender will need to be transported here. The task falls to Legionary Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitek armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details in those words. Ask the Isle? IYL. The ill? Once you've seen to that, meet me at the exit. Ask the eel. The Isle? Something like that. You again. Ask the Isle, he said. Heh heh heh. Sigh. So, that's to be the way of it. After all this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. Oh, are they going to be like suicide Magitek bomber robots or some crap? Is that what's happening here? What do you want with me? Ask the Isle. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize that Savage is a ruthless, merciless creature. Oh, the Savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Yes, they're gonna blow themselves up on our friends. So I'm gonna hit you with the X on that one to both doubt and nope.jpg. Just gonna nope. I do be making weird noises like that. I don't know why, but you know, happens, I guess. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involving more than transporting supplies, don't they? I mean, whatever. I understand the undertone here, but let's ask the first thing. Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now, like it or not. We have to cooperate. There's one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on my way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Is it by an aether current? The next one's like 400 to the west. Oh, 624 to the west. So be it. We cannot stay here. This will be the death of the hobbits. No, we can't turn back.
Let the ring bearer decide. Frodo?
We make for the mines.
So be it.
Give me a moment, please. All right. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Wait here? I mean, I guess so. This is probably his house, I assume.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
Mm-hmm.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him?
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Elsa, you're such a butt.
It's so cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
Hmm.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Thancred. Ah, Estinian. Big elf brother.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
Get got.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
So you have chosen death, then.
Both of you!
Oh. Yep. That boy do be strong.
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
Yep.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea.
Oh?
Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
Ugh.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement.
Oh, boo-hoo, dude.
'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity.
I mean, through indentured servitude, slavery, you know, indoctrination, brainwashing, yeah.
We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Oh? We getting indie movie up in here? Yep.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Well then. And so fadeth the old guard. It's frustrating, man. I mean, that's tough. It's a tough part of this whole side of the story. The entire Garlean Empire was created to bring about the fall of the star by controlling the world, or attempting to control the world, to offset the balance of ether towards dark, which obviously is not happening. But the people, like the characters, the people caught up in all this mess, I got pinged in Discord for a moment. Thank goodness the 10th Legion decided to sue for peace when they did. We have been spared more senseless bloodshed, which is the last thing anyone, including the First, needs. From their perspective, though, the promise of reinforcements was their last hope, and now they have no choice but to capitulate to the invaders. We will prove them that all is not lost, and we yet stand a chance at casting out the Telophoroi. Even with their empire in ruins, the Garleans have not lost the will to fight. That strength shall serve them in days to come. There is yet life in this cold soil. When the Imperials charged upon us, they were able to avoid any serious injuries on either side. In truth, most of the Garleans were in no condition to fight, sunken eyes, hollow cheeks. It must have been a long time since they had a decent meal. I'm sure they will be much more amiable into conversation with food in their bellies. Oh, no, yeah, it was you, Nap. It's fine. It's okay. It was a grave error not to post sentries farther from the camp. Had we seen the Garleans sooner, we could have slain them long before the truce was called. They engaged us on their own free will and deserved to die warriors' deaths. Even so, I have not forgotten why we are here, and I will stay my hand for now. I just returned from guarding the airships, and now I've got to keep an eye on the captured Imperials. Maybe a bit of chit-chat will help lighten the mood. We will make no attempt to resist. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus.
Who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her?
Bit of an oof. Strange bedfellows. Where's my notes? Let's go over here. That's gonna be a short conversation. Woo! Yeah. So, strange bedfellows. With the immediate crisis averted, Lucia seeks to gain a clearer understanding of the present situation. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They are preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry, a reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they swore to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, it would only incite panic. But perhaps they could be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Eulis back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. I'll have food and bedding prepared for the refugees. Getting them here safely, however, is my immediate concern. News regarding the 10th came shortly after you first left with Hulis. Hulis? From that we were able to deduce that the first were somewhere within the capital. We were, however, only able to verify this once you had made contact with Thancred. Fair enough. How am I enjoying my time in Garlemald so far? I mean, it's bleak and frustrating, but that's kind of what I expected was going to be happening out here. And clearly, that is what is happening out here. Oh, the gemstone trader will talk to me now. The air may be chilly, but I've got some great deals on rare items that are sure to warm the cockles of your heart. My heart has a cockle? All I ask for in return are bi-colored gemstones. What do you say? Yeah, so these all are selling different crafting materials, and I am going to assume they will be useful in different areas of endgame crafting to start out with. I would assume. Alright, so I do have to run all the way back there because I am not attuned. Where's the next aetheryte? We ride north! To the west. Oh no, is it up there somehow? I don't think you can get on the... Oh, it's right there behind the tree. Like I say, you can't get on that overpass. Because half of it do be broked. It do be broked. 2 more. We ride north to the king. Oh, there's a night boy out here. Oh, there's night boys. Automated cavalry. Mm-hmm. We in Zadnor now. Blue bombs. Northwest. Oh, MSQ takes us here anyway, as there are a bunch of NPC or a bunch of people in cutscenes. West. Oh, it's over here, tucked away in this corner, huh? There's a big frosty tree back there. Way to the east, huh? Is it like a hunt mob, maybe? The tree? Seems to be kind of a sore thumb. That looks like a named mob that would be a A-rank hunt mob. Unless there are more around and I'm not seeing any. That looks like a hunt mob to me. I can't tell without my plugin that shows HP. That's an easy way to tell the difficulty of mobs at a glance, as you can see their hit points. Oh, I might as well get the rest of the map explored, eh? Yeah, good job, idiot. That tower's got big anima energy. Inside this building, maybe? Yep. All right, then. That's all the basic Aether Currents in Garlemald. I just have a couple more chunks of the map to explore as I make my way back across the map to the quest marker. Ow! Hey, knock it off, all right? Can't you see him walking here? The battle music is quite good, though. I wonder if they built a good chunk of Garlemald without destroying it, and then destroyed it after. Because like they would know where all the buildings and stuff were instead of just putting everything around willy-nilly. I wonder how that went over in the game design space. I mean, all these doodads are made in this disheveled state. But I wonder if they like mocked up the city non-destroyed first and then just destroyed it after with all the proper doodads. I don't know. Almost all explored. There we are. And we're right back over here, more or less. The whole map. Not a very large zone. I mean, it's large, but it's not a very sprawling zone compared to some places that are a bit too massive. Hey, Graha. Oh, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. I went on a huge detour. There's been a development. Perhaps you had best see for yourself. What are you doing back here? Where are Julius and the others? It is a comfort to see thee none the worse for thy recent ordeals. Bay and Julius. I'm gonna call him Jules from now on. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he triple dot. No, he wouldn't. Well, Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to their remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. About him to guide us where I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We're ready to commence the transfer of refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If you would prefer to stay... if any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over to them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Big nod energy. Well, the theme so far in Endwalker, for the most part, once the story got going, was that everywhere we go with the good intentions that we do have, trying to help, aid, fix, sort out, has all ended in the thing we want to do, but only after something bad happens. So... to think that we'd end up taking the First Legion themselves or remains of them into our care not so long ago, such a thing would have been inconceivable. And these are strange times indeed. We seem to be under attack, scholar friend. After what happened to his family, the first was all Julius had left. Even now, that's been taken away from him. He's not alone in that either. There's a comfort in having someone to follow, someone to lead. Well, we do be out here trying to help and stuff. Shit. If only this game had a res. So, I guess, obviously lore deaths are different than gameplay deaths. Being resurrected or raised, for example, is a aether, like an ethereal oriented, like death, injury, wounding, etc., right? If you inflict physical harm to an extent, you still die in this world. But like the damage you take if you are like a stronger character, I suppose, is all ether damage, which is where you can be raised from, I guess. It's almost like everyone has a battery, like a force field, but if that's depleted, you essentially get knocked to a unconscious state. But this guy do be shooting his brains out. Not sure we can heal that. I'm still trying to get this aetherite working again. If nothing else, you might be able to reach other parts of the city to scavenge for provisions. Yeah, well, I did just attune to it. It's pretty bleak, man. Damn. Why? This is where it happened. Best not to dwell on it. Not when there's work to be done. Yep. We tried, my dude. You can't say we didn't try. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it, to think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you, please. That's fine. And everything that was built up in Garlemald to begin with and the whole Garlean Empire thing was all a lie anyway. They're not going to rebuild shit without the weird magics that were happening to make this all a thing in the first place. Our leader may be gone, and the world may be falling to ruin, but my duty to my people will never change. Such is the life of a soldier. Alright, dude. See you later, dumbass. Try as we might, any words of comfort we may offer are like to fall on deaf ears. We are but strangers from foreign lands, perhaps in their eyes the very cause of their suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. Wow, Nath, that's a little... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know, Vel. That's just kind of how gameplay different than lore. Yeah. That's what's just, it's hard to, you know, you can't lay it all out. Well, got the 8th rite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you're staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Yeah, you're all good.
I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe passage to our camp they need, I'd gladly oblige.
Lord Quintus was our rock in the storm, and now we are without a leader, without direction. Nevertheless, we must live on, even if that means consorting with our former enemies. Well, what do you want? I am Decimus, Centurion of the 1st Legion. It is my sworn duty to defend Garlemald from barbarians such as you, and your very presence here is an affront to my honor. And this is Tertium, 3rd among the stations that encircled the city. The decommissioned carriages here now serve as the 1st Legion's temporary base of operations. It has also become a safe haven for those fleeing the turmoil that has befallen the capital. What scant supplies we have are distributed among the civilians and soldiers alike, and we strive to maintain some semblance of order in these dark times. Our true objective, however, is not merely to survive, but to reclaim our home. We have no time to deal with your band of savages, and if you dare to interfere in our affairs, we will not hesitate to cut you down. Well, I mean, things have definitely changed, Decimus. Oh, goodness. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou can't attest to mine experience at Victor's spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view of our ability to manipulate ether with the same suspicion that many Orzans do Magitech. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm I'm too tired. If you and yours can come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. All right, Flavius, let's go. Oh, it's Alizé. Everything's going to be all right now. My arm, it's killing me. Oh. Wounded arm of some such. All right, Alfie. All right, Teddy, you're cut off. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we've hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered sulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lomincian friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. A ethereally treated chain capable of binding even the wriggliest of opponents. Just probably a stun, I imagine. You know what you said, Teddy. Flavius Flav, a play on Flava Flav. Get out of here. Shut up. Go back to bed. Suddenly, Chocobo Keep. Didn't mean to hit that learn about button. So this blue quest here and back here are just going to be, they're going to be Aether Currents. I will do those during dinner time tonight. Big old Cerberus puppy over there. Got a number of places to do some battle. Pay to win. Pay to win. Look at him popping wheelies and jumping around. Pay to win. OP, 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 OP. What's your queue like, Teddy? Yeah, so Cloud's bike, which is sold on the Mog station. So it's a mount you can buy for the real life monies. For whatever reason, intended or not, the Cloud's bike, always has the benefit of the riding maps passives for all zones, meaning it is always the 20 or 30% faster all the time. So in new expansions, for example, in these zones, you're slower at first because you don't have all the Aether Currents. But if you have that bike, you move faster. I mean, it's mostly a joke, but it is kind of pay to win. But moving faster on the ground where eventually you fly over all the zones anyway, like, whatever. Yeah, that's the pay to win joke though. The queue right now to get in was 6K. Good lord, man. Did I not get credit for this? Yeah, I guess I didn't get credit. Yeah, we don't use the item on these guys. Oh, nice, Teddy. I mean, you're definitely ahead of me, so. All right, this one's being a little screwy. Not getting credit. Weird. I tried Do you have to bind them when they get... I mean, I tried. I sat here clicking the item over and over and over and over again. That's what I thought, but these aren't the weird, like, gooey ones, so I didn't think this is the one that Thanker was talking about. I'll use it when they go down like that. That's super weird. So it's during that phase. That's when it works. Because it says even the wiggliest of opponents, so I figured that was the ones that were the tempered but also mutated ones. Because they're all like, they're all wiggly, you know what I mean? But apparently not. That's fine. You see no threats on the path ahead. Well, that's fortuitous. Yeah, I was clicking the item a lot early, but you have to wait until they do that down on one knee motion. Otherwise, they just fade away. We got there, though. There we go. All good. Yeah, the other ones had weird thriller zombie energy a little bit. Yeah, they're a little bit wiggly. Mm-hmm. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Yeah, the 2002 error is rough. It's weird to me. I mean, I read the whole post today that Yoshi P put out, which I assume that also gets sort of vetted through, you know, the dev team in some regard. But saying that error exists because there's too many people trying to log in, to me is very strange, because that means that their end is getting overloaded with requests. But once you have made the request to their server and you're in queue, why would you ever get kicked out? Because your priority should already be placed. Why would more people funneling into line behind you or making requests have an issue with that? And clearly when the whole error goes out and the client crashes, you have to restart it, there has to be something going on there that is breaking due to how many people are requesting access. So, because this whole thing about, you know, make sure you're not on Wi-Fi, be on a wired connection, it's like my internet here is not as good as it was prior, but I also am streaming at a rather high kbps with 0 dropped frames, meaning my packet loss is at least 0 to YouTube. So I don't know why I would have an issue with trying to connect to the primal data center, considering also I sat in queue for hours and hours with no issue waiting in line, only to then have a random 2002 error when I'm at 200 away from being logged in. So yeah, something is obviously screwy. Clearly, though, it is a capacity issue. I just don't know enough about server tech and that whole thing about why, if you're already requested and you're already in queue, would anything affect that rather than your own inputs? Right, but dropping packets or having momentarily instability-oriented things, I would also see whilst streaming. And in my entire stream today, and we're bordering on 8 hours, well, like 7 hours now, I have 0 dropped frames, which would thus mean like 0 packet loss to YouTube, at least on this connection. But I don't know. Obviously, it's crazy. I mean, when 20,000 plus people per server are trying to log in all at the same time, shit's got to get all whack. Yeah, I guess there's a pulse check and it's probably dropping a packet somewhere. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's a tough one. It just depends on how long this lasts, because I don't think it's going to get any less. This might be the way the game is played over the next 4 to 6 weeks. Because starting with the real release this week, you would only assume more people will be trying to play. And then the potentiality of the reviews coming out from Endwalker singing praise of the game may also result in even more picking up the game, or at least trying the free trial, which would then increase congestion even more so than now. So, yeah. Who knows? All right. Ah, Bay. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. Must have come at a great shock to his men. What are the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear from your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of the legatus, and that following his suicide, they are offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that he had lived. Oh, perhaps Quintus. There should be a comma there, I think, but I'm reading it like there is one, but it would have been be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Damn. Definitely rational, but also cold. Dang. Yeah, as time goes by, as people finish what they need, what they want to finish, then it will open up. But that's the thing. That might take a while because there is no rush to do any of this. You know? All right. Yeah, kind of Teddy. Quintus doesn't deserve any more regard than cold logic. That dude was a brainwashed nutcase. He was just old guard, man. Old guard. He just lived and died by his upbringing, which was being brainwashed. The Garleans were essentially born, bred, raised, created, if you want to go that far, to be one very specific thing. And depending on how old they were in that indoctrination process, then that's all they knew. Yep. If it's 4 to 6 weeks, then I won't be playing for half of the week until it goes back to normal. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, Destora. It's tough, man. But, like, more people, very potentially, are going to start playing this Tuesday. And through the holiday season, though, it's obviously there's more people. More time is off, so I hope it doesn't reach into early January when we'll want to be able to be just logging into Raid as normal. Yeah. This whole section of the MSQ has weird dealing with the Nazis at the end of the war energy. Yeah, a little bit. But the thing is, Nazis weren't created by a weird, corrupting space alien energy wizard wielding force. That, you know what I mean? They were blinded by racism. News regarding the 10th came shortly. Oh, this is the same dialogue. Okay, Maxima. Oh, damn, look at all the blue quests. So there's 4 blue quests. Only there's 5 unlocks, so one would lead to another, basically. We'll do those later. You don't know that. What? What? That's true. Hitler could have been an Asian. Once someone drinks enough of the Kool-Aid, logic no longer applies. Yeah, that's one way to look at it, yeah. In from the cold. Next chunk. Okay. Okay. Before we start in from the cold, I'm going to take a little bio break. Stand up, stretch, walk around. So, just a short walk around. I shall return momentarily. I suggest, if you've been sitting down for a very long time, you do the same. But I am also not your mom. Maybe Pikachu is. I don't know. Be right back. That's a pig butt. That was a pig butt. And those are two cats. And that's a wind-up Tataru. Okie dokie. Thank you for your patience. That was a much-needed stand-up stretch bio break. Although now that I sat back down, I forgot to bring a water bottle with me and fill it back up. Crap. All right. And all right, Teddy, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'll do the blue quests tonight because I'll probably actually end here at about 10. Instead of going all the way to midnight. So that'll be a 8-hour chunk of MSQ, so I can do blue quest unlocks, some roulettes, have dinner before it's super late, and then be in bed at a somewhat reasonable hour, probably by about 2. Probably about 1 actually, I imagine. So yeah, then we can get back and then make sure I'm up early enough tomorrow to get in the queue early enough to be live for 2 o'clock again. Because that is important. All right. Oh, I just noticed I didn't actually fix my bit rate. What is going on? Hold on. Stop the recording. That should just been a hiccup. It should be right back up. Let me double check to make sure I'm right back up. Yeah. I hit the pause button accidentally when I'm trying to fix the bitrate button. They're right next to each other. Yeah, I was trying to fix my bitrate, and then it went to like 60,000 or something ridiculous. I just wanted to put it at 12K. It just freaking exploded. I don't know what the heck I pressed, but it went to like the super omega max bitrate for some reason, which is absolutely wild. That is not what I had in mind. Such devastation. This was not my intention. Okay, well that's back. That's good. There's a lot of cutscenes today, so hopefully the combat wasn't too pixelated. Because I've been trying to run at like 12.5K. But what the hell? I don't know what made it go to 60,000 there. Alright, now... Alright. In from the cold. Lucia has further news for you. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, I might ask you to seek out Y'shtola. She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Were it not for you, Alphino and Alizé, and the people of Tertium, they will have perished. Though they may not have realized it yet, they owe you their lives. Fair enough. We out here just trying to help fix all this complete nonsense. Hello, Y'shtola. You are surrounded in a throng of people. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. What of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've been quite enough to deal with. Oh, I've got already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first's wounded. Alas, though I commend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sake, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Let's go. Settle down for a restful supper, I guess. There's a lot of these moments in Endwalker so far, which really means that it's about to get bad. This is the third one. So
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
good soup. What's wrong, Jules? Come on, man. The music stopped. Never mind. Debated.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it?
Oh, God.
All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
All right, M. Okay.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
Elves being racist.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
Oh my god.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Oh, but they're friends, haha.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Is that Bob?
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
Bob, is that you? There's salt and pepper in it, isn't there?
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
That boy has no forehead. Aww. That's real sweet.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I, or we often don't have the luxury of choice. Let's give her the as do I for Lucia.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
Lucia's a good lass.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Well.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Blue and purple. Not like Heidelin gave me instructions for what the hell the colors mean.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varus?
Ah, shit.
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
Ah, shit, fucking Christ. God damn it.
My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Well, I guess we go then. That was definitely Anima screaming. I can't imagine anything else. They don't have like a dragon in the castle.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short.
Yoink. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Get yoinked. I have been
I shall
yoinked.
begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Oh, God damn it.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing.
Shut up, Amon. Fucking
We had a
weirdo.
Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is such a pain in the arse. Or give me back my body.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine?
Yeah, okay.
I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
Wait, why did you just call it Daddy? Oh.
Exposition is in order.
Hmm.
The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far, in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation.
Yep.
Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
I did call it many hours ago. On contextual clues, but that's the whole point of the story, right? You're supposed to start figuring it out.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite.
I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
I just got Captain Ginyu, didn't I? Ah, shit, biscuits.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
I need a frog.
We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
But part of this doesn't make any sense because my body is not Xenosis. It's not manufactured with the fake Echo. It's not Garlean Magitech enhanced.
There it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Definitely yoinked again, but also Captain Ginyu'd. Duty calls commence the battle for In from the Cold. So I'm a paladin. HP regeneration has stopped. Borrowed flesh. So I have fast riot rage, fight or flight, rampart. Wow. I know it's supposed to make me feel helpless, but it's a pretty crappy combo. Hello, Fan Daniel. Yeah, just a baby gladiator, yeah.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
I assume you get things if you do different stuff. Oh, you can inspect as well. He was carrying a medical kit. I don't know if there's a character limit to the store. I don't know. There just is, I guess. And this is poetic storytelling because it's basically making us have to see what Xenos went through. On his journey throughout basically all of Stormblood. Well, end of Heaven's Ward and then throughout lots of Stormblood. Which I guess is the whole point of what is happening here. And also, Xenos likes to play with his food. He has, I don't know what to call it exactly. He has like Goku disorder, but to a really high degree. Or like fighting and suffering and pain and testing himself is how he gets his rocks off, basically, right? There's no indication on where I'm supposed to go specifically, but I guess Hmm. Why would there be so much space this way if you didn't need to go that way? That claw isn't coming any closer, I don't think. Okay. Find the identification key and the fuel. You've not been turned, thank goodness. I thought I was the only one left. The bastards got my hand when they took down the Magitech Reaper. If you can repair its leg, though, it should still work. Here, take this key. If it's run out of ceruleum, we might be able to find more in the wreckage. Hmm. Is it back through here? Nope. Hmm. Back there, maybe? I don't think you can get through that. Oh god, I have to carry it. Holy crap. I got a damage up buff. Does it just drop at my feet when I fight? Oh, I can't fight right now? Hmm. Okay. Aw, stuff respawns. Rip. That's part of the story, Dean. Magitech armor are never this deadly when they're fighting against us. But that one blasted. Eh. Hey, hey, hey! This section is pretty tense. Oh, now it makes you feel bad. You gotta help the Imperial citizens. Choose up some of your time. There's a freaking Yeti over there. I seem to have pulled aggro. I have not started Sage yet, no. Eventually. Well, that's not good. Ceruleum tanks. Big stun. Nope, haven't looked at Reaper or Sage yet. I will work on either of those after MSQ and my initial leveling. I'm doing White Mage and Astro first. The other healer in our free company is doing Sage. Oh, wow. The Cerulean tanks blow up. Oh, is that a fail? No. That's supposed to happen? Supposed to happen. Okay. All right, who Deus Ex Machina's us? Oh, what the heck? Consciousness? Ah! I've done Hades and the Warrior of Light Extreme. I know this. Oh my god. Holy crap. Definitely this is trying to retell what happened to Xenos. This is pretty wild. I lost stacks of at death's door. I guess I'm regaining as I am slowly moving faster. Yeah. Crawl to me on your knees.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
Oh, this is super awkward.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Oh, this is gonna get real awkward real fast.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Estinian, it's not me.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Oh.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence.
Ah, Y'shtola.
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties.
Y'shtola, you know it's not me.
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Yeah, my friends know it's not me. Oh, well, that didn't last long. Oh, holy actual fucking crap. Get doinked, Xenos. Where's a frog? Give me that frog. That's the devil bunny. Get away from them, you bastard. Nah, just call him by name. I wish there was some voicing, man. Damn. Oh, dude, give him the freaking shoulder check. Penalty. 2 minutes in the box. Oh, well, okay.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go.
Oh, what? There's a time limit? What is this? Anti-Potara?
But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
That would be Zodiark. Well, in his mind, anyway.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
Hello, I is Bun. So I'm not dead yet. Eh.
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
Everything in working order? Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
It happens.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly.
Time to go to the moon!
Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Whoop. Okay, well, that all happened. I'll require a detailed report on what occurred whilst you were not yourself, for the contingent, of course. It can wait until later, however. For now, it's enough that you've returned. The body you were forced to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. Let us pray it is so, for I doubt it would be better off in the care of Xenos or Fandaniel. Thank heavens you're you again. Gave me quite a fright. Whatever that was. Oh, sorry.
Whatever that was. Let's not do it again, eh?
Full glad am I to see thee awake and restored to thine own flesh once more. I certainly you've recovered. You mustn't push yourself, especially after all an experience like that. That was a really cool quest, though. Yes, 'tis still you. My apologies. I realized too late that the aether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. 'Twas likely a temporary effect, but I remained wary. No apologies necessary, least of all to me. If anything, there's a strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet, though I pray you'll be the last. Yeah, puppet buddies. That's weird. Also, that's the Puppet Master reference, I assume. This whole section right there. That's the, or there's something else maybe. I don't know. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Alize, why are you worried about my bits?
Why are you worried about my bits?
Just asking. Good. I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? They want to blow up the world. Estinian's the Witcher of Final Fantasy XIV. I've been calling him Dragon Batman for a while now, so he's got a bit of Geralt energy though, for sure. She's been worried about your bits the whole time. Yeah, probably. How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. We'll see about that. I suppose your experiences was a little bit different though. Unlike you, I had the pleasure of being stuck with La Habrea while he went gallivanting about doing a poor impression of me. It adds another layer to the insult, believe you me. Yes, 'tis still you. So, how shall we strike them down? I don't know, we put them in the square hole? I realize that my sister is eager to proceed, but please be sure that you fully recover before you throw caution to the wind. Whew. Alright, that was Chunk. 21. Worried about the bits since ARR? Oh my goodness. Okay. Little stretch. Well, we can't end there. Although, I'm not sure the next chunk or how far away I am from the dungeon. I feel like I should start the dungeon. Like, that should be the first thing we do tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know since Binding Coil. I definitely know that there was something there in Shadowbringers. Pretty close to Dungo. All right. That's good there. You're basically right there for the Dungo. Keep on going, you wuss. Dungo is right there. Kotatsu Senpai has logged in. Gateway of the Gods. Makes me think of Road to El Dorado. A quite good movie. All right. Shall we then? I think it's time for a headband scratch. Now, I return. I return once more to carve your skulls, or whatever the quote was. Whew. Okay. The problem I foresee is that I have like one more glug of water after that one. I'll go fill my water bottle up. Gateway of the Gods. Right. Right then. Gateway of the Gods. Now that you've recovered, Lucy would have a word with you. I haven't recovered. I just stood here, and then Alize asked about my bits. Are you well enough to make your report? Apparently. This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Oh crap, it's going automatically. It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that the wave of ether is issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. I called it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you are taken to the tower itself, then it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophori's machinations. Hit him with a nod. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus, we do propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardians, Gridanian, and Lomensian delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telophori believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Ul'dan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. Oh, he drew a circle on it. It's like a YouTube thumbnail. Where's the arrow? Big arrow, red, reaction face. That's the reaction face. Pretty terrible. Kind of the point. The facility marked in red is the Ensiladeum. Ensiladeum. Something like that. A vast magitech manufactory. In ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophori's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it may carry their materiel, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, we must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. Yeah, I have a feeling that's not going to happen this early in the campaign, but you know, sure, it's fine. We will save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the world over, or I'll have my vengeance yet, or it's time we ended this once and for all. I'll give him the Save the Garlean speech. Noble enough. Aye, Euless and many others have lost much to the Telophori. We shall ensure they lose no more. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even. Assuming he didn't name the tower Babel on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zonda used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. Well, yeah, that's Zodiark. From the, yeah. All more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and we are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north. We ride north to Forum Patens. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Lisa's party ought to have secured the tunnel by now. Rendezvous with them and make your way inside. May the Fury guide you and us all. Those not taking part in the assault will defend the camp and the airships, as well as safeguard your escape route from the tower. You will need not worry about what has come after, so fight with all you have. Oh, I'll hit Glare. I mean, you know what, Maxima? Just for you, I'll hit Glare. Additionally, there may be an Assize and a Dia and a Afflatus Misery, but only just for you. I'm looking for someone else around here. Any other main character chads? The Chocobo Keep is now accessible. And it's a Lalafell. The blue quest will be done during dinner tonight. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, so those are all Aether Currents. There's no other characters around. They have all ridden north. I have to go so far. Oh, I mean, this is supposed to take you up here because now it leads you past 2 Aether Currents. Like, you realistically never have to go away from the game's path to get currents, but exploring the map early and taking a break from either reading or cutscenes is usually how I play it. Hello, Gorek. How was dinner? Have you recovered? Do you have the itis? Did you take a nap? Or did you take a nap at your keyboard? Did you pull a bob? Also, hello. We're about to go do a donjon. I feel like the dungeon will be the last big thing we do tonight. Oi, back off. No, 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 and also no. I don't remember what all the questions were, so fair enough. Serena, I am to accompany you into the tower. It is an honor, as ever. Oh, Sadu's coming? Sneeze. Damn these frigid lands. Snort. Oh, God. The sun does not seek, or does not sneak. However, he will travel this path of yours, and those who walk with him will bask in his radiance. Come on, dude. Hey, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. I wish you'd made sure of... Wait, I wish you'd made sure to bring a coat instead. What? You best get in there before we freeze, especially you. She's wearing a coat. Kind of? She's wearing her whole garb. Oh, no. Why is she not? Oh, the shoe will be uplifted once we're in. Believe you me. All good fight... Oh, wait. A good fight should warm us right up. Why did she change her clothes back to her weird dress? I didn't notice. I was just not paying attention to her clothes, but like, why? Barely enough clothes to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of a Dotharl. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the cows. Just fuck already. We will see who the fool is when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nahama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day? Yeah. You're a dingus. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. But you're a moon... What? There's no flame on the what? I guess whatever. Dude, Sirena's gotta hit that. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. Where are you holding them? As do we. I forget everyone in this game has a bag of holding, apparently. Avengers assemble. Obviously, Lise is Russian. This is normal weather. Maybe. Hello, everyone. All set for battle, I see. Yeah, I guess everyone changed into their... We now are going into a dungeon mode. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances. If rather more susceptible to the cold, let us review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladium. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Temper's attention is drawn by our diversionary force, then we sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any, Tempered included, are injured, we Zayla will tend to them. You Scions must press on, no matter what. All right then. You should avoid moving as a group until we're underground. So we'll need to make our own ways into the Enceladium. See you there. Avoid moving as a group. Wouldn't we be stronger as a group? I'm concerned. I guess we're trying to sneak in. We are infiltrating. But they're actively using this place anyway, so, like, what? Just head north and you'll reach the Enceladium soon enough. The Scions are welcome to use spare furs as well. You might mention that to Urianger. Yeah, what the dumbass. I crave battle, not this insipid chatter. A glorious flame, nay, I would have seen it were it so. Oh, come on.
When I infiltrated this place with Gaius, we took an entirely different route. Since then, the whole place has been reconstructed, and 'twould appear that the path is no longer accessible.
Cold? Nay. I feel nary a thing. Nary a thing. You're so stupid. You're 100% certain you're fit to fight. No odd specters haunting your wake. Nothing feels tingly. Now Graha's worried about my tingliness. I think it's time I was off. If I look at Urianger for one moment more, I'm liable to freeze solid. Oh my god. Fear not. No serious wounds have gone untended, nor will I stand being left behind while the rest of you rush headlong into danger. So you needn't bother suggesting it. We'll stagger our departures so as not to raise suspicion. You go on ahead. Who could possibly be cold at a time like this? My heart is pounding with anticipation. Alright, bye. Yeah, that guy hasn't moved yet. That's a hunt mob. I will be killing you eventually with like 150 other people. Automated Gabriels. Pew, 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 pew. Boing. 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 Kokobuki. Hello. Of the tempered ones are aware of our plan, they will doubtlessly start pouring in at any moment. But needn't worry, my brothers and I will see the nunned path. Go forth and wreak your destruction. And Rostic's just hanging out. You think our leaders going ahead will make sure you are not pursued. Okay. And how Hello, Pippin. Hail, it's good to see you. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you recovered and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, we've secured a way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our commanders from Lente's Tiers will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. Okay. Station is right this way. Tread lightly now. Okay. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I see we're all here. This is everyone. Ah. I assume that's the distraction. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Telophoroid's leaders. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it's indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Telophoroid's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal Ascian or anything else. Here, here. There's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do. Together. Yo, in before Anima is a dungeon boss and not a trial? That'd be weird. But also, probably not. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. Yeah. Cyrena's definitely into BDSM. How many pillows you got on that bed, Gorek? Boom. Tower of Babel. Oh, much talking incoming. Aye, kill no man. I have not forgotten your instruction. I must settle for crushing the Iron Man's toys. Their blue blood will feed my flames. Oh, good lord. Your comrades tell me that Telophoroi abducted you on the selfsame eve they so rudely interrupted our meal. A brazen feat that would make a Baduga proud. What did you just call me? But even had it not ended poorly, it was a disappointment in many respects. I had decided that when we return triumphant, the Oronir will hold a far grander feast on the Azim Steppe. You have permission to attend. Okay. It's likely that Anima, at least, will notice when we enter the tower. There's no point in trying to stay hidden after that. So when the time comes, I say don't overthink it and cut a path straight through. Strange. Hope this will be a more fearsome fight than the Nodum. I feel at peace. Maybe it's because I have Sadu, Magni, and you at my side. Maybe it's because we fight for all of Zayla and more peoples besides. There is but one path which leads to victory. Pippin! The train we're boarding is meant to carry supplies and armaments and the like. With any luck, we can slip past the Tempered as they go about loading freight. Okay. We were only able to ascertain the tunnel connects to the tower, and I fear I have little to offer as to the details of the interior or present situation therein. If Fan Daniel is to be believed, we don't have the luxury of time to scout ahead, and we'll have to trust in your instincts. They've served us well thus far. 'Tis no meager delight to watch Alizé and Alphino grow more resolute in mind and heart, and remarkable though their accomplishments may be, I doubt not only they are destined for still greater things. Grant them thy protection. Aw, damn it. Grant them thy protection, Master Louisoix. I implore thee. Graha, you ready to tank? Thancred tanked our first trust dungeon. You're tanking this one. I think this sounds like this is like a Graha Tia Y'shtola Estinian dungeon. Because I can't not do a trust without Estinian. Because it's fucking Estinian. And he's Estinian? Have I said he's Estinian yet? I'm white mage right now. White Mage for MSQ, and then I'm doing roulettes and stuff on Astro to level those 2 healers for raids, while also leveling a Gunbreaker depending on how roulettes shake out. If Fan Daniel truly is Amon, to create a gate through which a primal may pass will not be beyond him. From what I gather, he was utterly brilliant and utterly mad. Assuming Fandaniel intends to make Zodiark serve as a catalyst for the final days, one cannot but wonder if he willingly parted ways with the other Ascians long ago. Surely, they would not have permitted the very god they created to forestall the world's end to be used in such a way. Well, that's the weird part about this, right? Technically, it's not Fandaniel. It's Fandaniel's Ascian body, or Ascian form, but it was taken over by Amon, who is an Allegan, like, mad scientist, basically. There's many layers to this story, clearly.
When Xenos murdered Varus, Gaius was upon him in an instant. Seldom have I seen such fury. I won't pretend to know the bond they shared, but pain, fear, rage, I know them well. I know what can drive a man to drown in them. Though his homeland may have wished for his blade, my lance will roar in its stead.
Damn it, Estinian. Again, it's like, it's dialogue you think like the next word that you read, but is not. Yeah, I'm playing as White Mage. Yeah, it's pretty good so far. My team is always Dad Crid, Mom, and my Fae. Oh, my Fae uncle? Hey, what the hell? Your Fae uncle? I mean, Urianger? Oh, it's Uncle Urianger. I'm only too aware that our intervention may not be what many of Garlemald's peoples want or need right now. That every tragedy can be laid at the feet of the Telophoroi, certainly not that of Lycinia and her sister. Nevertheless, we must follow our conscience, and mine has led me here. Much as I'd like to be the one to wipe that grin off of Fandaniel's smug little face, I haven't lost sight of why we're here. Our ultimate goal is to prevent the Telophoroi from doing any further harm, no matter how. But if I do get the chance to introduce my fist to his jaw, and gods, do I hope I do, I won't turn it down. I mean, that's a good argument to go on this instead of Y'shtola. But
I stand ever ready.
"45-minute queue. Good gracious. I had 5 hours yesterday in queue. And then today was just sub 2 hours. Yeah, White Mage is a healer. Yeah, I primarily only heal and tank in 14. I have a few DPS roles, but normally I'm healing or I'm tanking. I DPS'd in World of Warcraft for the better part of 12 years as Enhancement or Elemental Shaman. I figured, let's just heal and tank for 14.
Victory will be ours.
Right then.
I don't know, do I want to bring double caster?
Let's give it our all.
Alize had a pretty good...
Right then.
She made a pretty good argument. I don't know, I have to go with Estinian.
Right then.
Victory will be ours.
Yeah,
right then.
I don't know if Y'shtola's gonna limit break ever. Not that it matters. No, I'll stick with my gut.
Victory will be
I'm
ours.
bringing Y'shtola. Only important one is Graha. As a DPS, you never take Alizé since she uses limit break in your first. Oh, that's what she does, but like no one else in the trust system ever limit breaks. So if you're not doing if you're not being a DPS, you never get a DPS limit break. But Alizé is so aggressive, she limit breaks, but I don't think anyone else does as a DPS. Does Y'shtola limit break? I mean, technically I'd want Estinian to limit break, but I know this is not how it works, but I kind of feel like if Estinian did a LB1 or LB2, he would actually do less damage because all of the other abilities he does are just stronger because it's Estinian. But what am I don't know. Here we go. The Tower of Babel.
Now or never.
So right quick before we get started, I wanted to kind of make at least one little announcement here. This coming Saturday, yeah, the 11th, and I'll mention this once per stream leading up to it. This Saturday, I probably will be done by MSQ. I'll be done with the MSQ by then, so I'll just be playing Final Fantasy 14 for I don't know how long, 6-8 hours. We'll be just doing stuff, hanging out or whatever. But I will be streaming under the banner in partnership with Thankmas for this year, which is the huge multi-content creator group charity that happens every year. I wasn't a part of it in previous years just because of wasn't open the same. I didn't really know about it as I do now. But so we'll be doing a Thankmas charity stream this Saturday on the 11th. It's a big charity put together by Jacksepticeye, and their goal this year is to raise, hopefully, across the board of all the different content creators, many millions of dollars to build many homes for homeless people, because that's a huge thing in certain places, and what better way to do it around the holidays to try to raise money for an awesome cause. So that's this Saturday. We'll be doing a Thankmas stream. It'll probably be like, you know, roulettes and alliance raid stuff and things of that nature, and maybe grinding for a trial weapon. We'll see. But that's this Saturday. But now, let's do this dungeon. But first, a lot of us.
Hold still. This will hurt.
Oh, some of these mobs we can't actually interact with. Oh, Graha has the new animation. The train's also kind of loud. Which, you know, is train, but... I wonder if you get into these dungeons without the trust system, do all the NPCs still fight at the initial... Like, when you're coming in here, do you still get NPCs with you? Or if you don't trust the dungeon, is that you just by yourself with the four of you? You and 3 other adventurers. You still have the NPCs? Right. Yeah, these are just here to like do this. Basically, right? They're there to do, they do certain like story beats in the dungeon, and that's where they stay. But yeah, your trust, you know, avatar NPCs or whatever, they're not here.
Hold still.
That's pretty fair. I do have all the spell effects on just because for dungeoning it's fine. Boing. Ouch. Much holy spam. Ah. You most likely will, Gorek. The thing about this game is that it's to a positive and a negative, depending on how you want to look at it. The ARR experience and your first 120 hours, 80 to 100 hours is very slow. It's freaking Barnabas? Okay. This is definitely a Final Fantasy something boss. I can't remember where you fight Barnabas. It's like a Frankenstein kind of monster. I forgot where this guy's from. Get him, Estinian. Is it positive? Positive gets pulled to negative? So I want to be on the same side as the, okay. I see. All right, Barnabas, calm down, damn. So negative gets pushed away. Okay. I mean, it's like a baby Thaddeus. Thaddeus? Those are going to blow up, I assume. Oh, he does too. Oh.
This will hurt.
He's punching. Oh, that's no good. Well, a lot of what you'll do in this game is single player. To begin with, anyway. So it's positive in the middle, so we're gonna get pulled. You want to make sure you're far enough away. Okay. Like this system you're seeing right now, there is a system like this where you can go into dungeons with NPCs in A Realm Reborn, but it is definitely not the same. This is only a system that came into play in Shadowbringers. So positive, he's positive. We're getting pushed away. I want to be close, so I get yoink. Okay. But you're going to get dungeon quests. You're going to get a lot of optional dungeons. You're going to get trials, which are one-off story bosses. And like I said, you story bosses stuff we can help you with. Oh, so level 83 is Crypt Lurker. So beyond this now is going to be all upgrades. So the next step is 85. And that'll be probably 6 eye levels higher. Yeah, you can do so only in I'm doing dungeons. These are NPCs right now, Gorek. In Shadowbringers and Endwalker, so last expansion and current, there is the trust system where you can run dungeons with your NPC friends, the Scions, the Seventh Dawn, and friends and stuff like that. It's these characters you can go with. In A Realm Reborn, you can do dungeons from only A Realm Reborn up to 50, and only certain dungeons with what are called your squadron. Think of it like the garrison in World of Warcraft. Way less interactive, but so that's like early teens to 50 is squadrons, but then from all of 60 and all of 70 content, it's just dungeons with people. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you all about the squadron system. I have a max squadron with 8 characters all at max level. Graha, I can't click on the damn console. Oh, there's Lise. And there's Sun and Moon. There's Pippin! Pippin! Oh, okay.
Hold still.
What the heck's the G word? Harry, what the heck's the G? Shut up.
Allow me.
What did I say? Group? I can just explain things to you. It's all not a big deal. I mean, some of this stuff I'm going to be making videos on. Maybe not the basic stuff that I can just answer questions to you with, but... Oh, oh, oh. I don't know what G word Harry was talking about. I'll tell you, the constant alarm is a little grating.
You're mine!
Well, then kill things faster, turn it off. Duh. I'm trying. There we go. Graha is the G word. That's not it's a name. That's not a word. It's a word, I guess, but it's also it's his name. Technically, the G isn't his name. His name is Raha. G is his, like, family prefix thing.
This will hurt.
Out Makote naming structure.
Hold still.
It's cool to see the other NPCs fighting on the sides there. It's neat. Or is the G word Gorek? That would be toxic. But it also is Harry. Peter. Peter. Don't tell Harry. Ugh. Ooh, crit determination ring. Ooh, okay. I have a 510 ring on right now. I mean, yeah, it's probably an upgrade. How dare you, sir? Gorek is the finest of... Wait, Gorek is the finest of boas? What do you wear Gorek around your neck? Is he an article of clothing or a giant snake? Ah! Yeah. Bro, stop taking so much damage. I'm trying to DPS here. This is second dungeon. Second dungeon. Walks away a sad cowboy. This is gross. If you have the fear of things with many legs, whatever that phobia is, like if you're scared of like millipedes or centipedes, this is fucking gross. This is nasty. Oh, who the hell? Lugay. Okay. The floor has symbols on it. Oh, get him, Y'shtola. Yeah, caster LB on the pole and do 3% of the boss's health. Because you should. You silly cat girl.
This will hurt.
So that's a big AoE. I can do that too. E. This robot doesn't fuck around. Magitech Chakram.
Allow me.
I will not hold back.
That makes me small. So they go above my head. Okay. And this makes me frog. And this make now I'm just frog now. I'm a frog? Am I a frog? Night Gorek. Those are gonna blow up. Oh, they blow up in Bomberman lines. Okay.
I will not hold back.
You're mine.
Oh, we're underwater, so it must forsake human, become frog. Look at the three of them over there hopping around. Okay. Much holy spam, or holy glare spam incoming.
You're mine.
This is get small. What a silly mechanic. Not really much of a boss though. That's kind of fun. Oh, this hat works with bun ears. Cause it's like a abri. Hey, Gorek, it's hunting season. This way has a chest, probably? Nope, literally nothing. All the centipede stuff is just real unsettling. Now they're fighting here. This is all NPC stuff. Get them, Lise. Make the punches and the kicks and the kick punches. I'm now out of water. We're heading in the right direction. Did Graha's stuff always just... I didn't know if it was flat white before. Wasn't it crystal themed? I don't remember. He just kind of makes aether weapons, I guess. We're going up, Estinian. Really fast. This would be pushing us to the ground with the G-force. That was real fast. Oh, holy crap. Is Anima just a dungeon boss? No. No way. No. There's got to be like a phase 2 where he becomes a trial boss as well. Only a dungeon boss. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, he uses his normal staff as the caster healer. Yeah, I'm just wondering why they're just white when he tanks. Interesting. That's really curious. I wonder if there's more to that, or if this is just that's just. Everyone thought that Anima was going to be a trial. Oh, Bob did the thing where he said smile.
Allow me.
Yeah, Nidhogg was a dungeon boss at one point. That is true.
Hold still.
Or at least he started out as a dungeon boss. But he was also incredibly debuffed and at like 10% power or something. He was super weak. But this room is... Ah! Friends? Friends? Okay. This room is real icky. Wait, he just makes Aether items, yeah.
You underestimate me.
Did you just call him Nidstinian? Alright. Bob, you're cut off. Time for you to go to bed. It is now bedtime for Bob. Nidstinian. Honestly. Just insulting. Oh. Well, so fighting on those circles is... Raha. Fighting on those platforms seems foolish.
You underestimate me.
I will not hold back.
Yeah, where's the big Xenoglossies, Y'shtola? Not sure the point of these claws going up and down, but, you know. Very cool. That was a cool reveal. Like the long, like, Destiny hallway.
Hold still.
Yeah, all the blood and rust colors and the spinal motif. Well, all the spine stuff and all the like millipede centipede crap all the way up here they basically look like just big walking spines. All these on the ground here too. Yeah. Well, apparently the towers are literally Anima's body parts. All the weird hand things. Hang on, can you see underneath right now? Kinda. No more games. This ends here. Indeed. Let us expunge this blight once and for all. What was it called? What was the note? The internal womb? Also, what's up with all the freaking Matrix batteries behind him? Behind it? I guess it's a him. In this game, it's a him. Icon of icons. Anima. Indeed. The Iron Womb. Well then. Isn't the first Anima the one from the console game? That was a female Anima, right? Wasn't it? In that story? I don't like all these egg sack pod things around the room. All right, Graha, get him. Kick his ass. Wish I knew how much HP he had. Lunar nails. They explode? They explode where they connect.
I will not hold back.
Okay.
You underestimate me.
Mega Graviton. Okay, has a frontal. Okay, we have to shoot. Oh, wait, oh. Ah, we have to stretch them. Otherwise we get yoinked. What's up with being yoinked? Oh, gross. Anno begins feeding on souls. Boundless pain. That sounds like an ability that was... yep. Re? Dude, even Y'shtola does the auto attack thing. I'm mad.
You underestimate me.
Oh, this is the... Yep. Anima's Dimension. That was only 10% of this fight. Yep. Final Fantasy X Anima is female. Yes, I don't know about Anima's appearance in Final Fantasy IV. Oh, okay. Those are going to go across the room, I assume. Those are claws. Those are also claws. These go first.
I will not hold back.
Those are going to chase my DPS. So they just rotate sides and they only go so far? Okay. So Anima's underside doesn't have anywhere near as much health as the top carapace does. The ultimate reality plunges into chaos. Okay, he's just... You see Graha put up his shield right then? That was great. Okay, so that little intermission phase... Okay, so that hurt Anima. Okay. Took off like 30% HP. This is Boundless Pain again.
Time to end this.
Oh, Asinian's trying to limit break.
Time to end this.
Yeah, there you go, Asinian. Yeah, it's like 4%.
Hold still.
Yeah, it's cool that Anima's eyes glow. Oh! Same pattern? Yeah, same pattern. I kind of want to slow DPS to see if Anima does anything else, but I assume it just repeats. Repeats phase 1 mechanics. Yeah, Mega Graviton. Ugh. So break the tether. Okay. Look at that. That was freaking cool. That had just enough spectacle. That was really cool. Damn. But now what happens? Oh no, he fucking exploded. Nidhogg was also a dungeon boss. What happens when you fight Anima in the dungeon? Maybe it's a trial boss too. Well, okay then. I have some free materia. That was quite cool. I got a stick. It extends ever so slightly. The heck? Oh, it's a ring. All right, dialogue time. Agony made flesh. How could love for one's nation give rise to such a... was that monstrosity? Orange? Orange doesn't give a shit. The orchestrations of the chaos are nowhere to be seen. Where are Xenos and Fandaniel? The embodiment of Garlemald's hopes and dreams, eh? Yeah, just a thought. If the embodiment of your hopes and dreams is a giant, multi-headed, centipede-oriented, bondage-fetished, mummified, screaming, dead man thing, bone monster, what exactly are the hopes and dreams of your people, exactly? It's asking for a friend. Just, you know, just... asking for a friend. That friend is me. What the hell was that?
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Ugh.
Come. The other two await.
Sup, fuckers? Oh, they're gonna blast off like Team Rocket. Oh, this is how it happens.
This madness ends here.
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Get him, Astinian. Kick his ass. Yeah, okay. He has a force field.
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Yeah, okay, that also might as well happen.
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryo? Oh, it's Heidelin Cryo.
Kryl? But how?
Cryodolin? Hydadial?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin! Feeble relic of a forgotten age!
Fandaniel slash Amon, they're just the exact same thing, but opposite. Zodiark is the same relic of also a forgotten age. You ignorant child. They're the same thing.
Hark! Victory is mine!
Just one is chaos and one is order. Kind of, I guess. Is that like the Aether from the whole freaking planet? Like, what's going on here? Also, that can't be good.
No more ether. And I was so close.
Hmm.
My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
Oh, his shield was the Reaper ability, the absorb shield. Yeah. That's good stuff.
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
Oh, so another reference to Puppet Master.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it.
What is this, Star Trek?
Must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
Yeah, okay, that also might as well happen. We're already here. Oh. Cryodolin? Oh, no.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her.
Hmm.
The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination.
Oh, I see. Okay. She just yeeted them off course. That's cool.
Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp.
Hmm.
The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
Well, obviously, we're not gonna leave them to die. I'm the one Xenos wants. Only I can bring this to an end, or Garlemald's fate is in your hands. I am the one Xenos wants. Just do that. Just straightforward.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends and the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Weird lunar cactar. Terrifying. Shut up, Teddy. He's such stupid. Fear not for Kryl, go forth and return, I prithee. She channeled a dangerous amount of ether, and that's to say nothing of the teleportation magic she must have used to get here, yet Kryl and Heidelin both were clearly willing to take the risk. We're moving out to Rendezvous with the remainder of the contingent. Leave everything here to us. As I suspected. Stand there for just a moment, please. What? A prayer for good luck. Now you can't possibly fail. Now, was that a prayer for me? Or my bits?
We have no time for worrying over what's done. Let's go.
All right, then. If all the Tempered are affected... Oh, wait, I gotta... Cool. If all the Tempered are affected, Ulyss and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them, we must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. Tower of Babel with NPC avatars. Well, can't just end stream here, can I? Hmm. Well, a trip to the moon. Grahatia is pondering the technological marvel you have just beheld. Graha clearly was a fan of Star Trek. My apologies, I was lost in thought. The devices of elegant design, which lead me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Heidelin said, the flow of aether will transport you to Mare Lementorum. You must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you will make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go beyond the sky. I have faith in you, now and always. I'm the last person who should be scolding others for using dangerous teleportation magics, but if that was indeed how Kral reached us in time, I do wish Heidelin had taken a little more care. Regardless, 'tis nothing Oranje and I can't put right. Okay, this is the same dialogue on some of them, but not all of them? Spare a glance our way from on high, will you? We shall not waver, knowing that you're counting on us. Alright, bye. I'm going to the moon. See you, losers. No. Insert obligatory beam me up Scotty here.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
What a sight. I know who that is. How can we breathe? BT dubs? Do we breathe? Return. I must return. Why? Home. I want. I need. Oh, well. See ya. I haven't even done the first trial yet, Nath. God, you gotta get really close to this aetherite. Alright, what's the teleportation cost? 1,500? So the highest teleportation cost I've seen is just about 16, almost 1,700. Yeah, like 1,650. 1,650. So it's definitely way cheaper than I thought it was going to be. I was really expecting it to like jump up to like 3,000 to 4,000. It went up like 500. People were freaking the hell out. I was ready to like, you know, save my gil, but I do have almost 12 million gil in my retainers. And a lot of that's going to get yeeted. Either making, figuring out, and building crafted gear for raid. So this is definitely a, due to the size of the structures, that's awkward. I mean, it's ASEAN in design. I assume this is where the Hydaelyn aligned ASEANs made a base or something. Because look how big that friggin' chair is. This is so neat. What the heck? This is allowed? No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. Hello, story point. Well, I don't need this anymore. Oh, never mind. It's a rest zone, but not a sanctuary where you can apply glamour. That's a little weird, champ. I've got big Duke's Archives vibes right now. Oh. Okay. You know, I was saying the other one was a pretty Destiny 2 reveal, but this is pretty Destiny 2 reveal. What in the hell? I mean, we're fighting that. That's clearly has to be a trial. So the question is, how do they break the other lock, and how do we stop Zodiark? Even though Zodiark really wants the exact same thing as Hydaelyn, but whatever, what do I know? Apologies, I've been preoccupied for quite some time and am out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Hydaelyn, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. Is that allowed? Marvel? Careful, Square Enix. Marvel's gonna come for you. What a vista. What an absolutely crazy reveal. Good grief. I'm responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Yeah, there he is. There it is. Zodiark himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Hydaelyn, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiark, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. Six locks to his gale. Gale? Great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiark forevermore. Five were destroyed by his would-be liberator. One of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Oh, yeah. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiark, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. If keeping Zodiark imprisoned is the right thing to do, I will aid you, or I will only resort to expelling them if all else fails. I mean, it's somewhat diplomatic because just killing the roaming Asians is sort of just... What does the Watcher say? Of that I have no doubt. You are her chosen. It's so cool when they kneel down. I am the Watcher and the Goaler. I am not the judge. Know this. Hydaelyn commands the forces of stasis. Stasis? The darkness? Moon's haunted! And this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiark remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go meet these wandering spirits, do what you think is right. Well, holy crap. So Sea of Sorrow is where we will start tomorrow. which is also almost technically today. Oh, what the heck? There we go. Chapter 22 in all my footage. Good lord. Ah! Okay, that's one way to go, I guess. All right. Holy crap. We did it. We're on the freaking moon. And there's freaking Zodiac on the freaking crater with the freaking giant swords and freaking Asian ghosts on the freaking moon. Frick! I'm gonna go eat dinner, do some blue quests, do some roulettes, hang out in Discord. All right. Y'all have been lovely. Thank you very much for being here. Remember, this Saturday is going to be a charity stream as part of Thankmas. As long as I have everything set up, I'll check on it tomorrow. Other than that, if you enjoy hanging out during the stream, the like button on YouTube is quite helpful. So you hit it in this fashion. That's what it does. It's the up button. You won't see the stats anymore because YouTube is weird, but I will, and I'll appreciate it, and it helps. Other than that, have a great night, have a great morning, whatever comes first.